Warning, the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. I leapt headfirst into the black, searching for answers. I found only more questions. My memories fade with each step. I feel a weight. It's so heavy. I find nothing. And here in darkness, I awaken for the first time. My skin is on fire. My lungs ache for air. My body's too weak to stand. To fight back. The pain pierces every thought. Death would be a kindness that I do not deserve. Let me die broken. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Broken. It's episode 26. How is everyone doing this week?
I am doing pretty good.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, we had a good session last time for sure. So why don't we do this? We'll do what we normally do. We'll go around the table. We'll have everyone say hi, introduce their character, maybe tell us a little bit about what's going on with them right now. And we'll do it in reverse order this time. Wolfy, you want to lead us off?
I feel like we did this last time too.
It was the time before. I think it was the time before. Oh well, we're doing it this time.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, I'm Wolfy and I'm playing Derrin, and he's been having some interesting times recently. He's definitely regretting living in interesting times. Had a dream and met me, but me from the future. So there's that. And has had to try to communicate this to the rest of the group. And, pretty good results. And is now worried for like the mental health of most of their team.
Yes. You should also be worried about the physical health of most of your team.
Nah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you got some news last session from yourself. And you basically went down and one way of doing things and is telling you to try a different way of doing things. And said that the way he did things, Dank didn't make it out. I think is what he said. Or he did the thing and it changed him. Who didn't make it out? He said there was somebody who didn't make it out. I don't remember. Do you? Was it Dank? What was that conversation, Wolfy? Remind me. I have slept
Yeah, it
since.
was Dank that
I
didn't
think it was
make it
Dank.
out.
I think so. I think it was Dank. All right. Well, thank you, Wolfy. Naela, Caitlin, who's playing Naela for you today. Why don't you
You still up?
introduce? Oh, she is. Yeah, she's still muted. All right, we'll come back. We'll come back to Naela. She will be here in a second. Maury.
Hi, I'm Maury. I play Cassidy, our mechanic, technician, electrician, Jack in the Box. Me and Naela had a bit of a spat last episode, so we got to see how that progresses.
Yes, we are seeing how the way in which the two of you view the world differs. And Naela might be struggling a little bit with the fact that she's responsible for everything you do. Basically, if you do something wrong, it falls down on her head, so to speak. So there's a little bit of like, okay, hey, I'm not gonna let you do anything wrong. I don't care if you want to do it if it's right. I don't care. There's definitely a little bit of that.
There's a bit of a communication error going on.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see how that stuff plays out. I dig it. I dig it.
Doesn't
What
help
are
that
we
I'm,
digging?
It also doesn't help that I'm a touch sleep deprived right now.
Our own graves.
You're digging your own graves. We're talking about the conflict between you and Cassidy last episode over the stealing of the robot. Basically.
Harvey.
Yeah, no, we don't steal.
Bruh.
I wasn't stealing him. I was borrowing him
for
for an
yourself.
indefinite period of time.
Yeah.
What have I stole?
Stole us.
Yeah, it's kind of.
You stole our hearts.
Yeah. What else is going on with Cassidy right now?
She's a bit sleep deprived because she went nope to the DDM machine being in the lake.
Yes. You still got a
Pansy.
-1 on all of your rolls, I think, right?
They should be. I haven't changed them. Let me double check my sheet. Yep, it's still at -1.
All right. And yes, you haven't been sleeping. You've been reviving our AIs, giving them modifications. Pretty soon you're going to start teaching them how to self-replicate, and then we're all going to be in trouble.
I will choose a Borg. You will be assimilated.
Wait till she starts making Daleks.
We fade back in, and it's just Cassidy being like, and that's all you need to know about the intricacies of politics.
Oh my god.
That's about right.
All right, sorry for that.
She's got like the book of everything in front of her.
It's like the anarchist cookbook or something.
That would be in Dank stuff.
You know, if you want politics, you have to go for Derrin. Derrin has all of that, even though he doesn't like it.
Right on. Well, thank you, Maury. Now we'll go to Caitlin and Naela. What has been going on with Naela? Introduce Naela to us.
So I'm Caitlin. I play Naela. So essentially, I believe what happened last time, to kind of reiterate, is hold, please. Skip me for 5.
And we'll come back again, I guess.
And we'll return. I guess so. Okay. All right. We'll be back with you in a second, Caitlin, as soon as that dog stops mauling you. All right. Next we go with Gerblin, who's playing Enigma for you today. Gerblin?
Yo, so I play Enigma, our resident question mark, who basically spent most of last session eating and watching the drama unfold before them.
Yeah, he just had a
They
big
having a
bowl
good
of
time?
popcorn there and was just smiling and eating popcorn.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, they're still trying to figure out this whole group and their dynamics, so it's like I'm gonna observe all of this happening before I try and jump in here.
That's fair. That's actually probably the smart decision. Not get involved with their drama, not take sides just yet. Until you know which side's gonna win, right? And then you want to back them. That's the way it
I
goes.
mean,
sneaky Enigma. All
You
right.
back the robots because the robots can't lose.
Um,
Duh.
okay, but sneaky Enigma back whoever's gonna win. That we saw that from their very first outing when I was the imposter every single time.
Fair
That
enough.
was Team
Still
B, not
playing
this
imposter.
team, so we don't know that.
That is also true.
All right. Thank you, Gerblin. Dank, tell us a bit about yourself. What's going on with Dank?
Yeah, I'm Dank. I also play Dank. And some shit is about to go down.
Indeed.
Who knows what will happen next as we progress the plot? Will I forever be changed and be a different person?
Probably not.
Will we somehow manage to figure this out? Will I die? Probably not that last one.
Yeah.
You can bet your butt it's going to end in a lot of bloodshed.
I'm not entirely convinced I
He
could
won't
kill
let
you
you
if I
die.
tried.
No, you just wait. I got one more memory, and then I'm going to take that ability that lets me add everything that's a 3 to my roll.
Oh god.
Good. Then I can start getting out the big guns. But then when your party members die, I'll just be like, look, I have to give the hard
We're
monster
going
now
to blame
because
you.
you have one in your party. It's only fair.
Well, just stay out of combat if you're afraid of dying.
Good luck, everyone else. Thank you, Dig.
Poor Naela's not here to hear this either.
Oh no, are you back, Caitlin? Caitlin has been mauled to death by a dog. Oh well.
Ripping pepperoni.
In all seriousness, I hope she's okay. I think she said something about she had to deal with this fur and then she cut out, so I assumed one of her animals was doing something it shouldn't. So
my cat is sitting here being well behaved.
We will.
You are a handsome boy.
Ripley's a cat, well behaved.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Icar, it didn't happen.
Hang on a second.
All right. So do you guys remember exactly where we left off? I know Derrin was doing the Dreamlink thing with Dank. Did we leave off right after that?
Yes.
So you guys were
They had
still
just finished their conversation.
Okay. So we're still in the middle of that conversation. Okay. All right. Well, let me pull y'all back over to the inn. And
don't forget to show off the adorable token for Harvey you've worked so hard on.
Yeah, there's Harvey. The floor buffer.
He's very cute.
It took me a whole 5 minutes during stream last time to make that token. Okay. Well, I guess we can pick back up with Derrin and Dank's conversation. I don't know if you guys talked some off screen to kind of work out how this would work, but you're welcome to it.
I feel like we were done.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've actually finished the conversation.
Okay. All right. So are we still in the sort of garden area behind the inn?
I think so. I think
Yeah, we
Cassidy was
stepped
going in
further
to try
out.
and grab something to or no, Naela was going in to grab something to write with, I believe, which is okay. Oops. That means
That was before
Yeah.
Harvey decided to stay.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay.
Is the group back all together, or do we? Because I know Derrin and Dank were talking like off around a corner.
I think we'd come in on us just coming back into where everyone else is at.
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sounds good to me. Yeah. As you all walk up, you hear Ernest saying to Naela, and he's saying, I don't know. I just can't shake the feeling. Something about this feels familiar or off. Can't tell yet. What is everyone doing? I was just continuing with their conversation because remember Ernest was talking about deja vu at the end.
I just don't. I don't have anything to do right this second because Naela's not here.
Cassidy's gonna take Waywatcher over to Enigma and offer to add Enigma to their BIOS tracking. What they do?
Group monitoring.
Yeah. So basically, Waywatcher has a way of tracking everyone's vitals to make sure that they're okay. Basically, so you can see that if you get separated, something happens to one of you, you'd be able to know. I think was the idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're offering to add Enigma to that pool?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well,
but
that's
only if you
handy.
want to.
Sure. I guess that means I'm officially a part of the team then, huh?
Of course, you helped Derrin get into the city. Why wouldn't you be?
I mean,
Oh, I don't like that.
Cassidy's got like her head tilted. You can almost see the gigantic like question mark above her head.
It's just I guess I'm used to people being a little more cautious. So it's nice. Kind of like with the hug before. I'm just not used to it.
I get that a lot.
But yeah, sure. That'd be cool.
Waywatcher, add Enigma to the authorized users, and if you'll add their bios to the tracking system, please.
Authorized user added. Bio signature added to database. Detecting.
Waywatcher, no. If they're like us, it's okay.
1. Identical biosignature identified.
No, I do not like that. No, sir.
What?
Are you like a twin or something?
She's looking at Waywatcher super confused.
It's invasion of the body snatchers all over again.
Error. Biosignature already in database.
Mm,
She's gonna like pick Way Watcher up so that way he like looks at her and be like, hey, it's okay. It's okay. Calm down.
Would you like me to change this user's designation to Enigma?
what is their prior designation? Or current, I should say.
Searching for prior designation.
She's going to look at Enigma. Do you want us to find out who's already in here?
Prior designation classified.
Nifty.
Enigma looks thoroughly confused. What? How? I've never met any of you before. Why would my signature be here?
Yeah, just like the issue with the Chilean conflict.
Way Watcher has access to the database that they all go to.
Huh.
I thought we turned that off.
No, we turned his reporting off.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so now we get all the info and they get nothing.
But Way Watcher, can you add Enigma as a separate file but still keep the classified one?
Copying data to new folder location. New user added. Data copied. Second user Enigma added.
Well, I guess that just opened up a whole new can of worms that I don't have answers to.
Wait, do worms exist here?
It's funny that both you and me were thinking the exact same thing.
That doesn't seem like a proper colloquial term for Nataku.
Well, there technically, yes, there are worms. Yes, there are things called worms. At least they're a little
Would
bit
they
different.
fit in a can?
Some of them would. Some of them would not fit in a can. Some of them wouldn't fit in a house.
Yeah, no, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
But I think we've talked.
I mean,
about,
you were the one that asked the question.
I think we've talked about one of them a little bit with B teams. So I'll go ahead and tell you that silkworms are a thing. That's how.
Okay, yeah, that could make sense.
That
How
tracks.
expensive.
We were talking about how they
Yeah,
get...
it'd be an expensive saying, but it would be a saying, I guess.
No, because like all the clothes here, like that purple silk stuff.
Yeah, I think it's probably because they can survive in a spaceship, maybe, or in like a space-like environment, similar to like fungus.
Like bagworms.
Right.
I don't know what that is.
It's
yes.
like this type of caterpillar. It's a kind of silkworm, but they like fuck up trees really bad. They just make big old bubbles of silk on trees and like kill the tree.
Yeah, if you see them, you're supposed to murder them.
Yeah, with extreme prejudice.
Okay.
Which tracks, because this is Space Australia.
All right. Well, we're down a Naela. There has been a family emergency, so send positive vibes her way.
The vibes have already been sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me do this. There we go.
You can't stop these vibes.
You cannot stop the good vibes. They've already been sent. Ominous positivity.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
I love ominous positivity.
All right. Sorry. Where were we? You added.
We found out that Enigma has
a clone.
Yeah,
It's classified?
or at the very least, basically what you've learned here is that somebody has stored their information with either this Way Watcher or possibly another one at some point in the past, and they used a different user name. The username in question is classified, meaning, or like I suppose you said classified, so that means that they're not privy to the information. They can't reveal the name of the user.
But the same
Said
biosignature
classified.
was found in the database.
Yes, the same biosignature. Yes.
Ramblin over here talking like Way Watcher isn't him.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You gotta have some.
I'm honestly surprised that Dank's biosignature wasn't in there.
It's fair.
It was under even super duper classification, and so it wasn't even found in the regular database.
Technically, I've ingested so many different mushrooms, I'm no longer the same biosignature.
There's mushrooms that'll do that, yeah.
What I will say is that the Way Watchers Consortium and the Inky are different things.
So if you used an Inky Way Watcher, it wouldn't go into the regular Way Watcher system.
Possibly.
Right.
But probably the regular system goes straight into the Inky one because Inky.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, it's possible they're not even related. We don't know. We haven't seen that on screen. We don't know much about the Way Watchers Consortium, other than they were sharing data, and they used these things for something, and that like other people found them and repurposed them, kind of thing.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting and all, but I'm going to go see a man about some bullets.
Okay.
Do you need me to come with you?
I would appreciate the company.
Cool. Anyone else?
I mean, if you don't mind the company, I'll come along.
Neat.
Same. I'd like to go.
Oh, yeah. Shopping trip.
Naela can be here with Ernest for a little while.
Yeah, she's like, I'm gonna see what's bothering Ernest or try to figure out what's going on with him. Maybe he just needs to take it easy today. Might be a bad day. And
We'll cover both of y'all's work today. I'll take it easy.
Agreed.
Yeah, she's like, don't get into trouble.
Yes? Trouble?
Nah. It'll be
Never.
fine.
Yeah, she's like,
Enigma pointedly does not say anything.
she's like staring at Cassidy when she says this. And she might even be like, no stealing anything.
I haven't
It'll
stolen
be
anything
fine.
yet.
Yeah, she like takes Ernest's hand and leads him back to the inn. All right, so you guys wanted to go to the person selling the bullets, the person who at least might be able to make them that you heard about here in Nataku?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gonna go find a web.
Old Oab. All right. Let's see here. Let me do this. Here we go.
We're about to walk into a city that values these necklaces with no necklace.
Yep.
Nothing's gonna go wrong.
Yeah, well.
Wait, we didn't do that yet?
We don't have we haven't. It hasn't been time to do that yet, apparently.
Oh, well, shit. We should probably do that first.
You could go do that today. I mean, it was scheduled for today, right?
Well, let's do
Yeah,
that.
but I don't know when. Yeah. Like, we could do that now. I just don't know when that is, like, when is it right now?
Morning. Very early morning.
Yeah, and it was a dinner, so we'd have to just Just not do anything until then, basically.
It'll be fine.
But yeah, I don't know that we should necessarily see them first.
No one's gonna want to sell us
think-
stuff if we don't have the shroom
Exactly.
necklace.
We do have credits.
We could do the other thing.
We're not doing the other thing before this.
What other thing were we talking
Other
about?
thing?
The bunker.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what I thought.
I imagine that y'all are talking in character.
If he was, I was.
Yeah, you know, the thing with the place and the stuff. What you call it? The tower. With the other vagabond.
Oh, that place. I mean, I guess we could go there.
Merrick's tower.
Yeah, that's the place.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind trying to see what's around the circle either, since, I mean, we're going to have some problems there, so. See what we can see just as regular people.
Maybe Waywatcher can pick something up.
Yep, that is also a cool idea.
What's it gonna be, guys?
Enigma, you got any ideas?
I don't know, Gerblin. What sounds good to you?
Yes,
You'll mean
and
Enigma.
Out of character.
I mean, I'm kind of down for whatever, to be honest. Any
Well.
exploration of the city would be interesting.
Yeah, I was thinking
I
about
guess-
doing Merrick's Tower because we don't have the necklaces, and it's a place that's accepting the vagabonds. So, like,
My
that
only
Yeah,
concern
that's what I was
is-
thinking. Maybe go there first.
My only
Sounds
concern
about
is going there, it marking us as vagabonds.
I mean, do we really care? The Inky already know about us because of what happened in the outpost. Like, that sensor picked up every single last one of us.
Touche. And Naela's not here to stop us.
Also
True.
true.
There are no rules.
Those are going to be ominous last words, aren't they?
You just trash the city while she's gone.
Mom's gone. Time to have fun.
He comes back, the city is on fire.
Look, I only meant to start a small fire. I don't know what happened.
I was just trying to warm my hand. Not my fault everything here is made of gasoline.
Oh, that reminds me of a move from Urban Shadows. Oh, I love the Revenant.
Jesus.
What would be closer?
So we're in Blackwater in
That's
yes.
3.
Here, let me.
I thought the tower was near the Fisher's Market because I thought you guys saw it.
Isn't it 4? Whatever down by the docks.
Yes, it is. The question is, do you know the location of the tower yet? I don't remember if you.
it was pointed out to us.
Yeah, it was pointed
Yeah.
out to them. I do remember that.
Okay. Well, in
But
that
we
case-
never explicitly went there, so we wouldn't know like exact location.
Right, but we could
Tall
get there.
building. It is a tower.
Yeah, yeah. It would.
Context clues.
It would stick out a little bit, I think. Okay. Let me paste your tokens on the screen here. I'll also reveal the towers thing. Boom. And let me do this. Let me. Oh, hang on. That's not what I wanted to do. You're leaving the Harvey, right?
We're leaving Harvey at the end. We
Right.
don't have to bring Harvey along.
All right. Okay, so yeah, you guys are at the end. So you want to go to Merrick's Tower? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because if we do the tower first, then we can go to the circle, and that's closer to the council. which is probably close to where the lady lives.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah. Okay. Let me see here. Let me pull up my stuff for Merrick. I didn't think we were gonna be going to Merrick's tower yet. Let me see here. I also gotta get a thing for a certain Wolfy up. I gotta find it, I guess.
Ooh.
You were supposed to send it to me again, or you didn't send it to me again, Wolfy?
Oh, that thing. Oh, yep. Sorry. Although that's not till later either.
Yeah, it would be later before the council, I guess. Or for the dinner, I guess is what I mean.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to have it ready. Okay.
So I will send it momentarily.
Okay. Good. Okay. So the tower. Let me find my. You guys really had to do the tower today, huh?
Well, it's because I was caught talking in character out of character.
Well, I asked. You could have said it was out of character.
Yeah, but this is more fun.
All right. Oh, it's in the other die. There, and then that folder, and then that folder. Boom. Oh. Oh,
The
never
whole
mind.
way to the tower, Cassidy is telling Enigma about all the different things Weight Watcher can do.
Way to the tower, Dank is jamming on the bass guitar. I'm a roll for that, actually.
All right, just give me a second.
Blam.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my.
You were playing
I'm
music.
a-
Is that the idea?
I'm an
Snap to
influence point
strings.
that this babe. Let's try that again.
Yeah, spin an influence point.
And the 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't fuck up again.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah, that's not terrible.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's decent playing. Decent to the point that you you walk by. Do I have it ready? I don't have it ready. That's fine. You walk by a group of people similar to yourselves. There's probably like 4 people walking a group. Most of them are wearing dark leathers. One of them has like a necklace with like what looks like teeth on it. And it's bigger than their mushroom. They all have the mushroom necklace on. It's bigger than their mushroom necklace, so it kind of like outlines the glowing mushroom necklace. All of them are men. 2 of them are darker skin, 2 of them are lighter skin, and they vary in height. And they're also they're not wearing like masks or anything. Their clothes are local, so they're probably like handmade or something along those lines. And as you walk by while you're playing the music, they stop. They like do a double take where they're like caught off guard by what you're playing. What's the song that you're actually playing here?
Oh, that's a good question. Hang on a second. The good things to play by the sea.
Like some
I'm playing Wellerman.
you're playing Wellerman again. I guess it's the same thing as that somebody recognized before, I think. Okay. So they stop and they're just like staring at you as the group of you walk by. And then one of them sort of like jaunts off after you while the rest of the group kind of like lays back and just watches. And he's like, excuse me, sorry. where did you hear that? Sorry, can you tell me? He's like trying to interrupt you while you're playing so that you can tell him where
I am singing the song.
Dank, don't be rude.
Yeah, so he's like he's like speaking with his hands a lot. He's kind of fidgety. And he's got like rough, unkempt facial hair, probably like jet black hair. Yeah, he's just staring at you, and he's trying to get your attention. So he's doing a lot of fidgeting with. He's like waving his hands in front of your face, and then he's like speaking up louder than you. He's like, "I'm sorry. I look. Can you just? It's kind of important. Can you tell me where you heard this song?"
New Brunswick.
He stops for a second. He kind of looks surprised by what you said. New Brunswick. And he turns to the others. He goes, he says it's from New Brunswick. And then the other three just kind of like look at each other. And
Although technically, if I had to say, I first heard it in Bristol.
Cassidy's gonna yank Dank down and be like, in whisper, "You couldn't just tell them you made it up."
That's plagiarism.
They have no idea where New Brunswick is.
So the guys who like exchange looks at each other, they look back to the guy who's talking to you, and he's just like, Bristol? And he's not looking at you, he's looking at them. And then and they all just like shrug. And he turns back to you and goes, "Sorry, it must have been a misunderstanding." And then
if it was familiar to you, where did you think you heard it from?
He just coldly walks away from you. Just keeps walking. You start to talk.
Goodness.
You start to talk. He just doesn't even turn around and look at you. Yeah, he catches back up with his group. When he gets back over, they're only like 15, 20 feet away from you guys. When he like rejoins with the group, they sort of like stand around talking, like kind of in low voices. And you like occasionally like this goes on for like 30 seconds, a minute, whatever. One of them kind of like looks over at you every once in a while.
Cassidy's watching them.
How is the face of the guy who looks over here? Like, what kind of expression does he have?
Make a roll. Let's see.
Okay.
Do you have something to help you read an expression?
Yes, I do.
Good.
I'll help him.
All right. I'll give you a +1 dice. The expression he has, this is one of he's first of all, he's got no facial hair, dark, intense eyes. And he looks older, maybe middle-aged, not like earnest age or anything, but he definitely looks seasoned, we'll say, a bit weathered. And he has this look on his face of concern. It's probably the best way to put it. He looks a bit surprised and intimidated. So he kind of looks up at you, and somebody else is talking when he looks up at you. He just has this look of like concern, almost like solemn, a seriousness on his face. And then he looks back down after he like sees you looking at him. He just kind of looks back down. He doesn't like try to hide it or anything, but he's just like, okay, I'm not going to stare at him. Kind of.
Dank continues to stare intently at this man.
Yeah. Let me see what he does.
Dank, let's go.
Yeah, wait. Hang on.
Okay. He ignores you. He knows you're staring at him. Maybe even you do it in a way where it's very obvious, but he just does not acknowledge you. He refuses to. The group of them like gets like there's like one final like whisper, And then the guy that you were talking to turns and looks over his shoulder at you one more time. And then you see his eyes go up and down. Like he looks up to your face and then all the way down to your feet. And then he turns back to the others and he shakes his head side to side. And then they just walk off into the crowd. You could try to stop him if you want to, or if you want to do something else, you're welcome to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up still playing and ask him to swap songs. Hey, if that sounds familiar, do you know anything else that sounds good?
Yeah, so you walk up in the middle of their whispering, and they stop immediately. And two of them look at you with that same kind of look the one guy had. Yeah, you're like, you want to exchange songs or whatever. And the guy that was talking to you before turns and he says, "Oh, sorry, I don't know how to play any. Not a musician myself."
No worries, man. Anybody can sing a tune.
And he turns back to his friends and he says something. He says, he says, "Nothing like the good old days, eh?" And he says it in a way that's, there's certainly a double meaning there. He's almost like he's talking in code. One of them kind of just goes, he makes a noise. He almost tuts. He he makes that noise.
Cassidy has Waywatcher in one arm and she walks up to Dank and is tugging on him.
Hang on.
What's that supposed to mean? She's looking at the guy who said that.
Morale boost.
Okay, what are you doing here?
I'm fostering camaraderie with music using my morale boost ability.
Nice.
Okay, so what is your goal here with this?
To get these people to open up. If they know the music, one of them's got to be a freaking brightlander.
Yeah, not necessarily.
Somewhat involved with Vagabonds. And if I can get them to spill the beans, I can figure out some more stuff.
Okay. So you're trying to form some kind of camaraderie with these guys.
Yeah.
And okay, so you do this with Cassie kind of tugging on your shoulder. As you make this happen, as you maybe move into another part of the song or what have you, you do see the two that were looking at you with that look of concern on their face, their sort of tension subsides. Maybe they were almost had defensive posture, or they might be ready to go if you were to throw a punch or something. Their muscles relax, their shoulders kind of slack down a little bit. They look a little bit more comfortable. One of them says, "I think it's okay. Do you think this might be him? It might be one of his." And the guy you were speaking to looks over at you kind of quickly and back at the other one. And he says, "No, I think we were mistaken. It couldn't be."
Dank, what are they talking about?
Gotta find out. Couldn't be who. I know a lot of people.
He says, he looks around really quick, at the crowd.
What?
We're all friends here.
There's people walking by. And he says, he turns over to you and says, "Look, we should talk somewhere a little more private." He points to an alleyway where there's no one gathered. And he says, "Would you like to discuss this over there?"
Definitely.
The two concerned looking folks start to head towards the alleyway first. They turn their back to you, and they start to head towards the alleyway. The one that you're talking to's posture kind of slackens like the others did, and he starts to walk towards the alleyway too. But he's looking over his shoulder at you, he's still got his back to you, but he's watching you. He's
Cassidy's
gesturing.
going to pull Dank down and say very quietly, "I have a really bad feeling about this."
It's fine.
Dank.
Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Dank discreetly follows after the men.
Does anyone go with Dank? Does anyone follow Dank?
Yes.
All right, so you all are watching this exchange happen. You see these guys
Wait, watch people
gesture
with them.
to like
Keep
an
them safe.
alleyway, and then you see Dank start to walk off. So do you like try to stealthily follow after, or are you what? How are you doing it?
I'm obvious.
Okay, so you just like walk over to the side of the like passageway to where this alley is. Okay, you see
Cassidy's gonna hand you Way Watcher then if you're being obvious.
Oh, okay. I'll take. Okay, got it.
She's gonna stay with Enigma.
Okay, so you're staying with Enigma.
Don't
Enigma,
like this.
Split the party.
Enigma, would you like to follow Dank or stay with Cassidy?
Well, I don't want to leave Cassidy by herself, so.
Well, if you go, she'll go too, but
Yeah, I mean, let's maybe not split the party just in case.
then if she sees Enigma following, she's taking Way Watcher back from Derrin.
Okay, all right. Just move it back to your token then. All right.
Okay. All right. I don't know what's going on.
So everyone's following Dank is what I got.
Derrin, I don't like this. I've got a bad feeling.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine.
And none of you are trying to hide the fact that you're following Dank, right?
Well, Cassidy was already kind of with him anyway, so.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm not hiding at all.
Okay, so we see this group of like it's 4 people walk into this alley. And we see Dank maybe like a few feet behind them walking in. Then we see like from Dank's perspective, they walk into this alley. There's a spot where it like dead ends where you're like out of eyesight. They stop and they turn around. 2 of them are looking up at like the walls of the alley itself. And one of them is looking at Dank first and like looks him up and down the same way the first guy did. And then he like leans to the side and he looks at Derrin and Cassidy and Enigma approaching. Then he taps the first guy, the guy that Dank's been talking to the whole time. And he says, we got a couple more. And the guy that's talking to you, Dank, the guy who was like looking over his shoulder while you were following him, he says, he goes, what about your friends? Are they?
They're cool.
He starts to like lean his head up and kind of slant his eyes, and you're like, oh, they're cool. And he nods. And he says, so, you got to be careful who you speak to about these kinds of things. Even in a city like Nataku. Understand?
Understood.
He turns and looks at the 2 guys who are like looking up at the walls behind him, and he's like, you see anything? And they both shake their heads. And he says, good. He turns back to you and he says, we picked up a memory a while back. We heard the song you're playing from it. And we're trying to, follow a lead, I guess you could say.
Oh, well, I'd be happy to help.
He says, he kind of says a bit louder so that the other in his group can hear it. At least he says, willing to help. Good. Now, can you just tell me your first memory of this song? Where was it?
I was in England.
He squints his eyes. Sorry.
Island.
He turns over and his, have you ever heard of England? And they all like shake their heads, and he's like,
God save the Queen and all that.
Queen?
Mm.
Where's this vault at? England.
It's quite a ways away.
Okay, so near what, the Sisters, Charchamesh? Is it in Antumbra? Is that far away?
Bit farther than that.
He kind of like smirks and he like shakes his head. You can tell he's getting a little bit agitated. He says, "Look, you said you were going to help us. I can't explain to you why this is important, but I just need
You
some."
can try.
Okay. All right. Okay. We picked up this memory at a club here in Otaku, an entertainment venue. And he says, we've all shared it, try to figure out what it meant, but the gist of it is this. A friend of ours is missing. We pick up this memory, and they're in it. We're sitting in it was like an entertainment venue too, right? And he's like looking at one of the other guys for confirmation. He like nods. He says, but it was different, nicer, clean kind of place.
Live music, bright lights that weren't blue.
Yeah, he points a finger out and kind of shakes it and he nods his head. He says, exactly. Different atmosphere, not a place I've ever seen. Not in the Umbra. And he says, but our missing companion, well, she was there. She looked different somehow.
Different clothes.
He nods.
Significantly different. A fashion you'd never seen before.
Yeah, he nods. And he says, yeah, jewelry, that kind of stuff. And she wasn't into that. Have any of you guys ever seen her wear jewelry or makeup or anything like that? They all shake their heads. One of them kind of chuckles slightly. Yeah, he turns back and he says, it was odd. He says, she started singing this song, and there was a crowd of people there, and what they were wearing was strange. Nobody was wearing anything that would help you survive. There was no masks. There was no leathers. It was all like thin material that would be useless in a fight. It just didn't make any sense.
While he's going over this, I'm going to try and get a little bit closer to Dank and kind of, because I can't tell if he's like 100% picked up what's going on here. So my character feels the need to maybe like at least hints towards what might be happening.
I'm gauging what they know. So these people are definitely not from, like, this is all out of character, what I'm saying here. These people are definitely not from where we're from. They're from here.
Yeah.
They have a friend who is not from here.
They don't seem to understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of what's going on. They seem to have like a memory that could be from like a club in like our time, like in real life, right? But they and their friend, they had this memory of their friend there. Their friend has gone missing. They can't find him. They don't understand the context of this memory. They just know the song was in there. And that's why it seemed like a weird thing. And that's why they stopped and tried to get some information out of you.
Yeah. In character, I go over to Dank and kind of say, as quiet as I kind of can, this sounds more like tech than bio, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, so these people would obviously not be in that way.
You saying this out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, what do you mean? In that way, we're all. He kind of like he kind of gets.
You're natives. You're born here. You're raised here.
Oh goodness! I didn't say it.
He squints his.
Shut up.
If this revolves into combat, out of character, I could totally kill these guys.
He kind of like squints his eyes, and he says, "What is that supposed to mean?"
You haven't really traveled all that far. That's all I'm saying. It's not a bad thing.
He shakes.
Traveling here is incredibly dangerous. I don't blame you.
He shakes his head. He says, "No, we've been outside the Umbra."
Right.
He says, "We've seen what the Arku are made of."
Your friend who's gone missing is from significantly farther away than you could possibly imagine.
What does that? What do you mean by that? Look, he goes, "Look, we're all," and he kind of lowers his voice. vagabonds here.
Yeah, I get that. But have you ever encountered a thing that holds up the guitar that seems like a normal thing, but feels out of place, made out of a different kind of material, something you're not familiar with?
One of the guys who hasn't talked yet, he says he's talking about brightlanders.
Exactly. Your friend's a brightlander.
Yeah, he shakes his head. And he says, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, brightlanders tend to not be from Nibiru. You know, they're from the Brightlands.
He kind of blinks. He does the blinking guy meme, right? Where you know what I'm talking about, right? Where the guy's just like, yeah, okay. He does that, and he says, "No, they're from a vault that looks like a different place. We've been to one."
Where was this vault?
He says, let's see here. Let me decide where this vault is. He says the one we've been to, if you follow the Taurus out of Nataku, he says just before it bends east, there's an offshoot. He says it's from back in those corridors.
Makes sense. Well, I'll level with you. If there's a whole bunch of Brightlanders there, they probably made the place look more like where they're actually from, because it's comforting.
He shakes his head again. And he says, no, you don't get it at all. He says, they don't make the place. The place makes them. It's all an illusion. It tricks them into thinking they're in some kind of like a utopia.
I gotta tell you, the Brightlands I remember were definitely not utopia.
The guy who piped up before says, you think he's from a different one?
It's possible.
Yeah, and he says, well, what was yours like? Can you tell me a little bit about it?
There was a lot of war. There wasn't really much time for mirth. People were killing other people over petty squabbles. They went to go and fight and die at the commands of men and women who were so far removed from the actual conflict, they viewed people as more of a resource rather than actually human.
One of the guys says, that doesn't sound like a utopia to me. And,
it was most certainly not. There were moments, though, where things were nice and peaceful and serene. Dank has kind of a wistful look on his face. But life is not all strippers and burritos, my friend.
Yeah, he says, that's not how she described it at all, is it? And the other guy's like, nope.
Must have been nice where she came from.
He says, he says, could you go away from the vault where you're from? He says, look, hers was like a perfect little town. Nothing bad happened there. There wasn't any violent people. There wasn't anything going on. Everything seemed perfect and happy. The only thing that was off was anytime anyone tried to go outside the town, it was just like a ring of darkness that surrounded the place. And anybody who walked into it, well, they didn't come back. Well, one day she got curious and she walked into it.
Yeah, you probably never would have met her otherwise.
Truman showed.
They're not going to get that reference.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Truman Show. If you're saying this out loud, they wouldn't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but I like the idea that they are confused.
yeah, they're just kind of like, huh?
I'll word it this way. If the brightlands I came from was a vault, it was massive. Unbelievably massive.
Or had better programming.
No, or that.
What do you mean programming? Massive. How big are we talking?
Wait, do they use miles here?
Probably not.
What's their unit of measurement? I don't think we ever got into that.
No.
You could probably just say
No.
larger than the Nibiru.
No, then they wouldn't believe it.
Or like the vault that you're in, which would be Nitaku. Or you could say long enough that it would take so much time to walk it, or whatever, right?
Right. A lapse is a day, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
The vault was so large that using conventional means, it would take somebody 80 lapses to completely go around it.
He kind of you see his face kind of flinch. He seems like he's probably trying to
Imagine something that big.
yeah. And he turns to the guys behind him, and they all kind of have the same look on their face. And then he turns back to you. When he turns back, his face is just as plain as when you first started talking to him. And he says, yeah, sorry, it must have been some kind of mix-up.
Well, your friend is still missing, and I'd be more than happy to help look.
No, that's okay. We'll take care of it. Thanks for your help. We really should get going, I think. Right, guys? Let's see how.
Do these guys have any weapons on them?
It's hard to tell because they're wearing thick, like, leather survival gear. He's like, yeah, we're supposed to meet with someone in the council today, so we're gonna get going. We don't want to be late for our appointment.
All right. I'll say
Do
this.
they have necklaces?
They do.
They do.
Okay, I forgot.
I'll say this. If you're going to be that way, this conversation never happened.
They look at each other again, and then he says, he turns back to you and he just kind of coolly says, "Of course, never happened."
Out of curiosity, what does your friend look like? You might not want to cooperate with me, but if I do see them, I'll let you know.
And how do you plan to do that?
Well, I'll be playing music around town. You'll hear me eventually. If you're curious, stop by.
He reaches into his pocket. He kind of like in the pocket of his pants, right? So he has to like brush his coat aside. When he does, you see the handle of a weapon. It's not a firearm. It's like a sharp machete looking weapon, but it's like dark metal. He doesn't grab the handle. He reaches past it into his pocket, and he pulls something out of his pocket about the size of his palm. And he pulls up his other hand, and he kind of like scratches into it with his nail. And then he hands this little like it's kind of like the metallic,
like a Post-it note, but metallic.
Yeah. And it's less engraved and more just kind of like scuffed kind of.
Okay.
But it's got some symbols on it. It's certainly the cuneiform language stuffs.
Right.
I can read that.
Yes, you can. Let me see here.
You'll have to show it to me later, so that way I can tell you what it says.
Okay. I've got it here. I will snip a photo of it and post it in the Discord, and maybe I'll show it on stream here in a second. But I'm gonna let you all figure this one out on your own as far as what it says.
Puzzles.
Let me post this in the Discord. We'll put it in table
talking.
Yeah, broken table talking. That's it right there. And for Stram, who probably wants to see it, I'll copy it into Roll20 now. And that's it. That's what it looked like. Something like that. He hands this little, it's just like a little square that fits in the palm of your hand with this kind of etched on it. What he did it with his fingernail really quick, and he just like hands it to you. He doesn't say anything. After he hands it to you, they just kind of turn and walk off. He doesn't describe the person that you asked a description of.
Right.
He just kind of like looks at you in the eye when he hands it to you, and nods briefly. And then he turns and starts to like walk past you out of the alleyway. The rest of them move to follow him. They probably like look you up and down as they exit, and then as they move past you, assuming you let them, they do the same thing to the rest, Derrin and Cassidy, Enigma.
Cassidy stares him down.
Yep.
I would like to stumble into one of them.
All right. Are you trying to like palm something, or are you just like trying to be an annoyance?
I know what you're doing.
I'm trying to link.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. All right. Which one would you like to try to do this with?
Main dude seems a little suspect already, so I will probably go for a different person. What do the other people with him look like again?
So the guy who's doing most of the talking was one of the lighter skinned guys. There's another one who's lighter skinned, who was the one who said piped in with the maybe it's a different one or whatever. He was doing some of the talking. And there was one guy who was kind of quiet the whole time, and darker skinned guy, kind of tall. He was the one shooting the concerned look with Dank before they walked over to the alley.
It's always the quiet ones.
You want to go for the quiet guy?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, make your special roll.
Okay, let's see. Both fail. Dang.
That is a failure, unfortunately. However,
Bro, what kind of uniform is this?
It's Nibiru. I've already got it.
Roll that 4.
Oh God.
You want me to re-roll the 4?
Yep.
All right.
If Darren's holding them up, Cassidy's gonna grab the one that's been running his mouth.
You're gonna grab the one that's been running his mouth.
By the collar.
Oh goodness.
Okay. So you're grabbing him by the collar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The guy's been talking to
Oh, this
Dank
is gonna
the
be
whole time.
bad.
Okay. All right. You grab him by the collar. How are you doing this? Are you doing this like gently, or are you doing this kind of aggressively?
At first, she just like reaches out and grabs it as he's walking by. So it's more if he struggles, she'll start getting violent.
Yeah, he moves to like swipe your hand off of him.
She's gonna yank him over to her then.
All right, he's gonna pin you against the wall. So this would be a contested check. This would be like a physical hand-to-hand.
I do have hand to hand, so at least it'll be a 3-on-3.
Okay.
Ah. What the hell?
Okay, so you like go to grab his, and he like moves. He's walking like normally, so he kind of has his hand and his arm under your hand when you reach over like his shoulder to grab his collar. He just like goes to swipe your hand off of him. You grab him with the other hand because he's like moving that hand away, and then he just
She did just have one hand because she's holding Weight Watcher.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe you just let go with that hand and reach for him again. Either way, he reaches out with both his hands and like grabs you on either side of like your shoulder and like pushes you against the wall and pins you there. He doesn't like do anything else, but he kind of moves you hard, like firmly pushes you against the wall. The others like stop and turn and look. And then he just like stares at you for a second, and then he just, and then he just like lets go, and he just keeps walking.
Yeah, as this guy was like pushing her against the wall, Enigma definitely like straightened and was very ready to square up with this asshole.
Yeah, one of the other guys is definitely looking at the rest of you. Like they're all looking like there's about to be a fight. Like maybe one or two of them start to reach for a weapon.
No need for all that. We're all friends here. We wouldn't want this to escalate the bloodshed.
Yeah, the guy who's like pushed you against the wall just like, watch where you put your hands. And then they just start to leave.
Maybe we do want to escalate this to bloodshed. You talk shit, get hit.
Bitches get stitches.
I don't know. A bunch of people looking for their friend. I would feel horrible about murdering them. I'd still do it, but I'd feel bad afterwards.
She put hands on him first, and he didn't hit her. He just
he could have, and he didn't.
He was just like firmly pushed her off of him, and then didn't do anything else.
All right, so shit. Which of us can actually read this?
I can.
All right, Dank's gonna hand you the post-it note.
All right, so you take a look at the post-it note, and what it says is
A better rife.
no, you're close.
The last one's an E.
It's a better life.
Life? Oh.
Life, yes. That's what it says. It's a better life. I did translate back and forth just to make sure I didn't misspell it. I did not misspell it. The other thing you would notice is that I think it's, let me make sure I'm actually right on this, that I did this right. It should be like a capital A, B, and L. Actually, I typed it wrong. It should be a capital A, B, and L, but I typed it lowercase.
L is the same upper and lower though.
L is, yeah. B is not. So it's like a title of something maybe, or I don't know, up to you to decide how you interpret that.
That is not the cuneiform I'm familiar with.
This is a custom font made for Nibiru.
Yeah.
It's close to Babylonian cuneiform, but
It's probably very heavily inspired off of it.
Yeah.
hey. By the way, it sounds like a Brightlander saying.
It's possible. She is going to hand it back to Dank.
Okay. All right. Well, that was certainly a thing.
It's a completely improvised scene, but it was a thing, yeah.
We got a missing Brightlander who is a lady who was more than likely in a simulation.
Maybe
because yeah, maybe they stuck her back in. Tank looks at Derrin. They were starting it back up again.
Apparently.
What do you mean they're starting it back up again?
You wouldn't remember.
I remember enough.
Do you remember Las Vegas?
Eh.
Okay then.
Vegas?
It's where we came from.
That's one way to put it. It is a place.
But she's
Anyway.
What do you mean they started it back up?
Yeah, Derrin hasn't told anyone else about that.
I'm pretty sure I did.
No one believed him.
It was just a Dank. It was like a...
I thought it was...
when he was having the whole conversation about me from the future.
Yeah,
like he mentioned it during that rant.
Yeah.
Right, but he
I thought he
mentioned it
pulled
only
you
as a passing
aside for
comment,
that.
so... Dank
No, there was the
Okay.
first part of that was to everyone.
Okay.
Right. But Dank got more details than the rest of us.
No, he really didn't.
Dank was like, I'm gonna do the thing. And Darren's like, you probably shouldn't, but just in case.
Yeah, that's the only details that he got that were extra. I told everybody else everything.
Okay.
But to be fair, I didn't really feel like that was a good place to ask questions, so...
Yeah.
So now that we're in an alley, being left alone, this is a perfect spot to ask.
Well, you know, the whole thing where we were all there. It wasn't real.
She holds out...
Yeah, I thought that was kind of obvious.
I've kind of figured that out.
Like, you got out of the thing and you were in the lake and there were the mermaids. We were all put under and put into some kind of virtual world. When we left the virtual world, or essentially were kicked out, they had shut it down. Apparently, according to future Derrin, they restarted the simulation. And in order to have a proper simulation, you're going to need subjects that are submersed into it. The fact that their friend went missing leads me to believe that, hey, they probably kidnapped her and stuck her back in.
You guys want to go back?
I mean, it's not like you can take the things that happened in there and bring physical items out with you. I had the guitar before I went in.
No, I mean... the simulation.
It's not real. Why would you want to go back? Like,
I don't.
maladaptive daydreaming is not a healthy
She was
coping
asking if you wanted to.
mechanism. Fuck no.
Ooh, that's
I was essentially a murderer for hire. There's more to life here. There's a whole new world to explore.
Derrin?
I mean, go back? Not really.
She visibly relaxes at that.
Like, we're all in this together now. I don't think any of us would just leave.
Zack's disappeared.
He's got some extenuating circumstances going on. You saw the whole thing with the wall, didn't you?
Kind of. I saw
He's into some deep shit.
Lion.
He's into some deep shit. There are things that he is involved in that I can't even comprehend, and I've seen some things, man. We're not going to figure anything else out by just sitting around here, though.
Yeah. So I guess either we should head to the tower or the circle.
Well, we're pretty close to the tower already.
Yeah, you guys were just walking there and you got interrupted by this. You got sidetracked a little bit. All right, so you guys.
No, we picked up a side quest.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it was improv scene. I wasn't planning any of that, but I'm glad it worked
Dude,
out.
that's the best kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad it went.
Like,
down.
as a purely improv DM, all of my best stuff is just off the dome.
Hey, Waywatcher. You didn't happen to get a good look at their faces, did you?
You were pointing him right at them.
Faces added to local database.
Waywatcher, search for matches in database.
Searching for matches. No matches located.
Makes
Thanks for
sense.
checking, buddy.
Permission to search Waywatchers Consortium.
Do you think your connection to the consortium could be traced back during this search?
Running diagnostic. There is a 60% likelihood that my connection will be traced.
Don't really like less than a coin toss chance.
Yeah, put it all on black.
Not right now.
You're saying Dank's like, go ahead and search it. I'll take those odds. And you're saying not right now, Cassidy?
Mm-hmm.
Placing search on hold.
Thanks again. We really need to find a way to hack into that database.
Would you like me to compare to Nataku local records?
That would actually be much appreciated.
Searching. The main gentleman.
A picture of the guy that you were talking to's face kind of pops up on like what is usually Waywatcher's eyes. Like it's like a little digital representation kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's like really pixelated version of this guy's face.
This face is connected to a local entertainment establishment.
Oh yeah, the one he was talking about, where they get the memory. They probably have shit. Would out of character? Would Dank know about Memotech?
Probably not.
I can't think of a reason you would. We haven't seen you come into contact with a Memotech yet.
That's fair.
Cassidy's gonna like punch Dank in the shoulder. You should have asked them about that. They were talking about sharing a memory.
Yeah, so they've got some way to share memories amongst people. So maybe there's something like that there, worth investigating at some point.
Cassidy gets like this like light bulb look and turns to look at Enigma. Do you know anything about those?
Mm-mm.
His patronage at the establishment seems to be quite extensive, dating back several cycles.
He's been here a while.
Here is the location of the establishment. It uses the name A Better Life.
Oh, he gave us a freaking member's pass.
No, I think he just gave us the name since he scratched it on.
That's fair. Well, now we know the name of the place and where it is. I'm gonna have to put a pin in that and investigate before the blackout.
You were asking for a place to find him. He gave it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that he would really appreciate you going without information.
True. But technically, wouldn't have to be me that goes there. You send somebody he hasn't seen to do some scouting.
But he's seen all of. Oh God, no! You're not sending Naela to a club.
Not by herself. She ain't.
She could go with Ernest.
No, I have a much
I
more.
want to be there when you suggest that, just to see how bad you get hurt.
I have a much more interesting proposition. Dank.
Okay.
Cassidy turns and looks at Enigma.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You've been voluntold. Congratulations.
Mm.
You don't have to.
Congratulations.
I would like to check it out. I've never been to a place like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a freaking club. That could be fun. Yeah, you know, where people get together and they have drinks and other substances and they listen to music and I don't know, it's a good time.
Dank, as you failed to remember, I'm not as lucky as you and Derrin. I don't have majority
lucky.
memories in place.
Yeah, you are lucky in a different way. I wish I didn't remember some of the things that I do.
99%
feeling of
of
deja
my life
vu.
is gone.
Well, you get to make a fresh start.
She lets out a big sigh.
Granted, there could be better places to do that in.
Yeah, but there's
Could also be worse.
There's a hole in something I wish it had either obliterated or not left a hole in.
That's fair. Well, let's go meet some like-minded people who also can't remember things.
Like,
supposedly, there's a tower full of them.
Hint, hint.
All right. So you guys gonna finish your trek to the tower?
Yes.
On the way, Enigma does kind of sort of like friendly tap shoulders with Cassidy, and it's just like, if it makes you feel better, I don't really remember much either.
She smiles softly at him.
All right. Well, oh, let me do this correctly. There we go. That should be it. All right. So, you continue your walk back towards towards like the main, almost like peninsula of Nataku, where the city sort of juts off back into the water, passing a few more shops, buildings, a bunch of crowds walking through the streets as you do. And you come to uh, a tower. I mean, you can't miss it. It's huge. And the tops of it, the top bits of the tower, like it all looks mismatched, and sort of like a hodgepodge. Like it looks like it was built out of like scrap parts from some long forgotten engine. There's even bits of it that seem to like move and shoot steam out in that sort of thing.
Cassie is mildly drooling at said display.
Yeah. Sweet, a steampunk tower.
As you approach from below, there's not any like fancy signs on this tower. It's quite tall, but there's not any like obvious identifying features like big neon signs or anything. But on street level, you do see a sort of cuneiform holographic display outside the front of the tower, like at eye height, near the what looks like the main entrance. And it says Merrick's textile shop. This is in cuneiform also. But the textile bit is like underlined and probably in all caps.
That's not suspicious at all, Dank says as he starts playing the bass line from YMCA.
Of course, Cassidy had to like read that out to you guys. Well, Derrin and Dank, anyways.
Right.
Let me pull you guys over to the screen. Here we go. So it's like, yeah, okay. So the sign says like Merrick's Textiles or like Tower of Merrick Textile Workshop, something like that. Something along those lines with textiles underlined. Okay. So you guys approach. What do you do?
Cassidy's gonna open the door and go in.
Still just playing YMCA.
So you walk in playing music. All right. Yeah, you guys walk in. What you see in the interior is a dark room with the occasional like glowing fungus lamp. The ceilings are pretty high. Maybe like 30-40 feet. And you do see a lot of these like looms, this sort of one after the other across the room, with these strings hanging down being fed by something in like the center wall of the room. It's a very large room, but there's like a center wall, and it's probably like in the wall, feeding from something in the wall near ceiling height, so like 20-30 feet up. There's all these big looms, and there's machines that are like threading these threads together as they're like being fed from other machine, either upstairs or like in this center wall area. And there's one or two people that are this is probably two people, a man and a woman, that are sort of like watching the machines as you walk in, and they turn and look at you all, and they both sort of step forward. They're wearing fine silks, and probably in a style you haven't really seen since you've been in Otaku, because they probably be almost like kimono robes, silks. They're both wearing like makeup, thick makeup, probably um, I would say maybe like white makeup on their faces, and like lipstick and probably some eyeshadow and stuff too. And they both have long white haired wigs on. Um, and yeah, they turn and look at you as you guys walk in, and they sort of approach with their hands together in front of them, and like sort of like bow as they see you enter. Um, and they both start to speak at the same time. They're like, and then they interrupt each other, and then the man turns to the woman, and he kind of like bows, and then she takes a step forward and she starts speaking, still with her hands kind of together, basically at belly level. Both these people are quite short and thick as well, stocky,
Extra thick.
um and the woman says, welcome to Merrick's textile workshop. Is there something we can help you with?
We came to check out the place.
While waiting for things to change over, I switch over to playing Cruel Angel's Thesis on bass.
Okay, yeah. So you're talking to her as he's like standing behind you playing music.
Cassidy gets this like ever suffering look on her face.
Yeah, I mean she looks at him, and there's like no emotion on her face at all, right? But when she looks at Dank, you can feel like some kind of like faint air of like disdain as she looks at him.
Cassidy is gonna mouth "I'm sorry" to her.
She looks back to you, and again, her face has not changed. However, that feeling is sort of gone. And she just kind of bows slightly, and she says, well, what would you like to see about the place? We have many machines working on many different things, lots of supply coming in from north. She says kind of like she kind of like pauses when she says that, looking you over. And she says, is there something specific you'd like to order? Or would you just like to see that our facilities are up to your liking for the product you need?
You go for one of those sick kimonos.
The the guy who's like standing there watching, when you say that, he like bows slightly. Like, yes, it is sick.
Cassidy's head is hanging.
It is indeed ill.
Yeah, the woman says, I'm sorry, or is there something we can help you find?
Well, we heard a little bit about this place, I guess, and wanted to take a look.
Yes, the tower is quite the marvel in the city, hand built by Merrick himself. It's quite the sight, although perhaps sometimes quite the eyesore, depending on who you talk to. They do both have necklaces, just by the way. Might have to make sure I try to mention that every.
I can't see anyone who actually find flaws in this kind of architecture. It's incredibly unique.
Yeah, the walls are like very smooth and glossy, and it's like all like dark metal. The threads are like mostly like white silken kind of threads, so they really stick out against like the dark ceilings and walls. And even like the machinery, the bits of machinery that are moving around, they're also like this dark sort of glossed metal. And then you have these two people who are like all in white, basically. So there's like it's a really like modernist style going on here, you might say.
Right.
Unfortunately, we're all a bit strapped for credits. I'd hate to waste too much of your time.
It depends on how open they are to bartering.
Dank.
Yes, and if I'm going to be going to, see our new friends here, something else to wear might be appropriate.
Oh wait, I still have those lion skins.
Yeah, the woman who's talking when you say I still have those lion skins, her head just kind of like tilts slightly to the side.
Can like reach in the pack and pull one out.
Oh god, that's got to be nasty with how long it's been.
It'd been cured.
Yeah. You pull out this lion skin. Okay. Now she's definitely looking in your direction.
Think you could do anything interesting with this?
She like glances towards the other host here, who just like coldly stares back at her, and she says, "I'm sure there's something we could do with that. Why? Is there something you would like done?"
Uh, Honestly, I'd be interested in anything you guys would want to make out of it. I'd have a second one in the same condition. I'd be willing to just trade that skin for anything you'd want to create with the other one.
Custom work, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, she nods. And she approaches to like hold her arms out to carry this cured lion skin. And she says, "Is there anything particular you'd like? Jacket, perhaps."
Uh, the hooded cape would be pretty cool.
Hooded cape. I think we can do something with that. And what is your budget?
Well, I would be trading you the other skin for work done on this one. And if more payment is deemed necessary, I'd be more than happy to, maybe work off that debt.
The other skin. Good offering, I suppose. Would you prefer to trade in credits or something else, perhaps?
Oh, something else.
She kind of nods. And she says, "Are there any particularly good memories you have available?"
Ooh, I do have that one memory.
Memories?
And she turns and looks over at you, and you're like, "Memories?" And she kind of like looks you up and down, and then nods, like kind of curtly. Um, you could try to read what she's putting down here if you wanted to try to get a better
Sure, I'll
idea.
go for like an insight check.
At least I have one observation, so I'm not totally screwed.
Burp.
Okay. Is there
Do
anyone
I
else
have
who would like to
anything
roll?
else that would? Nope. Oh.
All right. So the nod she gives Cassidy comes off as kind of yes, memories. Don't act like you don't have them. Kind of.
Her thing is more like trading memories kind of thing.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah. Um. With you, Dank, there's definitely that level of it. Yeah. Who are we kidding? You got memories. But she also
Yeah.
like she's sort of talking to you directly here because you're the one offering the lion skin. And she sort of just gives you like a knowing look after she does that.
I'm sure we can come to an arrangement.
She nods, and she like carries the skin over to like a table, like an empty table, and sets it down. Um, and she kind of delicately unrolls it to sort of take a look at it. Runs her hand across it, and then she like taps on it kind of in like the center. And then she just makes this very faint noise. She just kind of makes this sound. Um, and then she turns back up to you all and she says, "Well, the upper floors are right this way." And she starts to walk around, like it seems like she's walking along that sort of center wall, but she's walking like towards the back of it to go around the other side.
Okay.
Do you guys
So I
follow?
guess I'd follow.
Are you all following, or are some of you staying?
I
Cassidy looks
don't
at
see why
Derrin.
not to follow. Yeah,
Mhm.
unless
right.
she specifically tells us not to.
So we see you all walking alongside this wall. So we get like this shot um where we see the female host walking first, and she's kind of like gliding. Like you can barely see. We get a shot of like the head from the side as she's like walking by. You don't see like any head bob or anything, right? She's kind of like gliding across the camera. So we just have this black backdrop of the center wall. And then
Oh shit, she's got Heelys too.
her like posture is just very like fine and delicate.
Dank activates his Heelys and glides after her.
Yeah, it's okay. So we see you go by next with like your instrument in one hand, and you're also kind of sliding, but we hear this sound of like wheels on the metal floor as you like go by. Um
No, I have WD-40. My wheels are not loud.
Fine. We don't really like the squeak of them or anything. We
You'd
just
hear the wheels
mean,
against
it-
like the tread
Yeah.
of the floor.
But I
Yeah,
can't make
Yeah,
that
I was about to say,
sound.
if it's like an industrial steel floor, then yeah, you would still hear the like thump, 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 thump,
Yeah,
thump, 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 thump.
yeah. Like maybe there's like little grooves in the floor every so often. So yeah, it's kind of like if it was on like a tile or something where you get the sound. Who's next? Who goes next? Is it Cassidy or Derrin?
Cassidy would be hanging back because she would want to be able to pause and like look at the machinery and everything as they go.
I'll go.
Yes,
Yeah.
perform your machine rituals, tech priest.
And what are you doing as you walk by the camera, Derrin?
Just being my normal self.
All right. So we just see you like nonchalantly walking. Maybe more calmly, more relaxed. You walk by. Cassidy, when you go by, we see you like leaning out of frame to look at a machine that's whirring or something like that.
Yeah.
Like
holding Way Watcher up so he can get a good look at it.
Yeah, like Way Watchers looking too. Cool. I like that. What about you, Enigma?
Probably kind of walks past, normal, not really doing necessarily much of anything, but does pause and like kind of turns and looks at Cassidy and goes, "Are you still coming? Do you want to
Coming.
stay
Ding,
here?"
ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, and we
All right,
see
then.
the other host come up behind you all and sort of pause and wait. As you're like, "Are you coming? Are you not coming? Checking out the machine?" And he just like gestures with the hand, the same way everyone else is going.
Yeah, as soon as Cassidy decides she's coming along, Enigma just kind of turns and walks away, following the others.
Awesome. So, they lead you around this sort of center wall, and on the back of it is like basically like an elevator door. There's some buttons. She presses a button on the side of this door, and then turns and sort of waits, looking back at you all as you sort of come around the corner. Um, she says, "So, what brings you all to the tower today?" Are we in need of a place to stay? Some refuge, perhaps?
We have acquired lodgings at an inn in town, but like-minded individuals tend to gather in the same sort of place. It's always nice to see your brethren from elsewhere.
She bows slightly and she says, "Of course. I don't believe I've seen you in town before." And she like puts a hand to her necklace where like just she doesn't point at it, but like the tips of her fingers just kind of touch it, right?
We
Like
do have a dinner meeting later tonight, yes. We are new.
We just arrived the laps before.
yeah, she nods, and she says, "Well, do keep in mind that the tower is a place of peace. There are no outside conflicts allowed inside. We do what we can to keep our guests' discretion intact, and
That's the Continental.
and safe from outside influence. Thus, the need for the front." She kind of like nods towards the one of the machines. Um,
Understandable.
Do you
Uh,
actually make clothing?
Do you not see these ropes?
Yeah, she nods. The clothing is actually made. Yes, our client list is, however, is a little embellished. Um, she says again, just in case it didn't sink in the first time, the tower is a place of peace.
That makes sense.
We will strive to uphold that peace in this place.
Cassidy is giving Dank a very pointed look as she's saying that.
Hey, I haven't done anything untoward in quite a while.
She says, there is one thing that you should know about the tower. Something odd as of late. The vagabonds who have taken to permanent residency have been having some effects. They're no longer able to remember some of them. She pauses and kind of watches. She kind of like gauges your reaction to what she said for a moment. So she like says this, and then she's like watches your faces kind of intently.
Dank
Cassidy
kind of looks sad.
Concerned.
Like, yeah, these concerned looks. What about you, Derrin and Enigma?
Blank.
So she's blank for you. What about you, Enigma?
Trying to decide the exact way to describe this. That kind of sort of concerned but interested, like that's new but concerning. Tell me more.
Okay. So her attention focuses on the two that are concerned when she says this. Like she glances at you two, but then it's like, okay, she goes right back to the others, and her focus is on them. And she says, "Don't get me wrong, they aren't forgetting anything. They're having trouble." She turns to the other host who has caught up and is standing by the elevator with her by now, and she says, "Sorry, that's the term for it, isn't it? they're unable to create new memories. And the other host just like bows slightly.
There's things that can stop that?
Well, we don't know. The tower is quite old. Perhaps something has malfunctioned here, or there's some kind of influence from outside. We're trying to get to the bottom of it, but it seems to have been going on a few cycles now.
We'd be more than happy to look into this as well. Not being able to grow is distressing.
Yeah, she nods and she says, "Any information you can find would be much appreciated."
Always happy to help.
Go ahead.
By chance, did the refugees come here?
She
It would have been a big group of them.
She nods and she says, "There are a few from the Sorrows that have been given refuge here. Yes. Seemed there were not many like us in that group. But for those who need it, habitation has been set up on one of the lower floors."
I'm glad to hear they're doing okay.
Yeah, she nods and she says, "We do what we can to help. We had heard that vagabonds were involved and that people needed a place to stay. Only so many places in Nataku, it seems. And we could always use more workers." And she kind of like smiles when she says that. Now, for your donation, we have a spot available on one of the upper floors, at least for the next laps. You will find a common area there where other vagabonds from that floor are welcome to gather, and one room. She says, "If you'd like others, we can certainly work something out."
Oh, and she looks at the others. We're not staying.
We could spend a night and investigate a bit to see if we can find out what's going on with the whole issue with memories not being able to be made. I'd hate for that sort of thing to continue when we could perhaps do something to alleviate it.
Never hurts to have a second place, anyways.
This is true. You know, we greatly appreciate everything you're doing for our kind.
She says, "Well, I don't know what other places you all may be staying, but you have our guarantee that here at the tower, we keep it secure for our residents."
I like that.
Okay. Probably around this time, there's like a ding as the doors open. And yeah, there's like a empty elevator sitting there in front of you. Again, the walls inside are the same. There's probably a little more light in there because there's not as much space for the light to sort of fizzle out in. Yeah, she steps in when the elevator opens. Do you all want to go upstairs?
Well, I was looking to see about donating that memory in exchange for, the tailoring being done.
The stuff may be up wherever the elevator goes, though. We don't know where it is.
It's just true.
I guess it doesn't hurt to at least check it out. Cassidy says as she steps onto the elevator.
Adventure, onward and upward. Dank
right.
gets into the elevator as well.
Okay. The other host stays outside the elevator as you all like get in with the woman who's talking to you. He just kind of stays out. Watches the door close, so he doesn't like go anywhere. And then so the door closes, you all are like inside the elevator. The host reaches over to like a panel by the door. When the doors close, you don't feel anything happen. Like you don't feel the elevator start to raise. Yeah, she like reaches over to like a panel. She opens it, and inside, you see a couple of these little like nodules that are sort of like affixed to what looks like the wall on the inside of this panel. She plucks one delicately with like her thumb and index finger, and she pulls on it. When she does, there's this cable that stretches out from the wall. She looks at you, Dank, and this thing is like she can move it around pretty freely. Once she's like pulled out the cable, it's like kind of loose and free. She can move it wherever. She looks to you and she like holds the nodule in her hand and she like gestures it towards the back of her neck. And then she holds it out to you.
Yeah,
It's gripping Weight Watcher.
I plug it in.
All right. So you plug it in, and you immediately get the sense of like a storage network. Like there's files here. You hear the woman say you're not like out of it or anything. You can still see everything that's going on around you, but you kind of have the little bit of this like heads up display in your vision. So like floating like menu screen basically. And it's basically like an organization of your memories on your sheet. They might be organized however Dank would probably organize them. So there might be like good memories, bad memories, or something in between, or it might be like memories about guns, memories about I don't know, Heelys, like you know what I'm saying. Like it'd be organized kind of like that.
Yeah.
And she says, well, we need at least one for authentication, prove who you say you are, I suppose. But if you'd like to keep it, you can make a copy.
Okay. Let's see.
And you notice like if you're trying to like navigate this menu, as you like think about something, it just happens. So if you're like thinking like, I don't know, scroll left to go through these memories. As you like look at a specific memory, it starts to play out like it's on a screen from your perspective. Like you can see it like if you were like hover over a YouTube video on YouTube with the mouse and you get like the first like 30 seconds of the video, like that kind of thing is what's happening here. Yeah.
All right. So I guess the one that I do for authentication that I get to make a copy of would be the power of friendship in this gun I found.
The power of friendship in this gun you found. Do you want to tell us about the memory again?
I remember unbreakable bonds of friendship built through time spent together with my squad mates, music, and our matching combat boot Heelys brought us all together in training. And the songs we played along the way were a soundtrack to our souls.
So we see this memory play out. There's like a heads up display that everyone sees like by the panel on the wall, where it's like the cuneiform language, and it basically, Cassidy, I guess you'd be the only one that can read it. It says like success or positive or something like in the affirmative like that. And the symbols are like be like a green color. So yeah, you select this memory, you kind of like live through it again, sort of.
Neat.
And as soon as it's over, the woman says, "All right, seems a good match." She holds out her hand like for the nodule thing, the plug, basically.
Unplug it and hand it back.
And she says, "Just a moment," and she like plugs it into the back of her neck. And she stares into empty space for a second. We see her like blink a couple times. And then she she plugs it back, unplugs it, puts it back on the wall. And she says, "Well, that was quite the interesting one, wasn't it?" And she closes the panel. When the panel closes, you suddenly hear everyone would hear the sound of rushing water coming from all around you, just buckets and buckets, the room was under a waterfall.
Oh, sweet.
You might feel the walls kind of vibrate slightly, and the ceiling and floor kind of groan a bit as this sound of rushing water goes on. You can definitely hear it hitting the top of the room fairly hard, the ceiling, with a lot of weight. And you also hear a bunch of sound around the base of the room on all sides. But that sound that's at the base of the room kind of moves up and changes in pitch over the course of a few seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, something like that. Until eventually it reaches the top, the same place where the majority of the sort of pounding sound is coming from. And then it kind of stops, it tapers off. It gets lower in noise and impact over the course of 10 seconds. And then there's a lurching feeling as you're all sort of jostled slightly, as you can feel the elevator starting to actually move. Yeah, you guys stand here in awkward elevator silence.
Playing elevator music on bass guitar.
Yeah. And nobody looks at each other in the eyes. You have that awkward elevator tension, right? And for a minute or two, until you get to the floor. Then there's another lurch again as it comes to a stop. And then you hear the sound of draining water. And a pause for a minute or two before the doors open. And when the doors open, you see a hallway in front of you. Again, the walls are all this dark metal. And there's probably some immediate seating areas either side. There'd be some generic fungus lighting, probably under a globe of some kind, and a hallway that goes in either direction, left or right or something like that. There might even be uh fungus potted plant equivalents, decoration kind of thing, although minimalist if at all.
Nifty.
So the host steps out and sort of you guys all sort of gather in this sort of little basic seating area, waiting area kind of. And she says, your room is to the left. It's going to be number 1564. And she says, there's also kitchen, dining areas, bathing areas to either side. Each room is, of course, equipped with its own DDM machine. Is there anything else you would need?
I don't know. Can you guys think of anything?
I don't think so.
She says, in the common kitchen and seating area and entertainment area, vagabonds tend to hang out there. If you would like to find some to question, or if you'd like to just investigate the facility yourself, you're welcome to do that. Please just do not damage any of our equipment, anything like that. You will be held responsible for replacing.
Of course.
She kind of bows, and she says, do you have any other questions?
I think we're good right now. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. She nods, and she says, "If you have any emergencies or any other questions, you may find me downstairs. Each room is also equipped with a communications device. You should be able to page us there as well." She like bows. She gets back on the elevator and like pushes a button. The door closes shortly after. You hear the sound of rushing water again from the elevator doors.
That's pretty cool.
What do you guys do?
Does seem interesting.
Start playing the bass cover of The Tower of Babel by Elton John.
I mean, if you guys want to just like hang out in this common area until something happens, we can do that.
That is the plan. I'm going to play a whole bunch of music about towers.
It might also be getting close. I don't know who needs to go closest to midnight.
Yeah, it's 10 till.
I'm fucking pretty great right now. Like I said, I downed an energy drink right before my shift ended, so
I'm all right too. I can keep going a little bit here, at least.
I'm sleepy, but I don't necessarily have to be anywhere until like 11 tomorrow.
Okay, making sure. Maury?
I'm good.
All right.
I'm off tomorrow, so.
nice.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, I don't know of anything else to do right this second, so.
I mean,
we could hang around until it's time to do the thing, and if nothing happens until then, go do the thing.
Yeah, chill out in the common room, see if anybody else shows up. Maybe investigate some machinery.
Get up to some tomfoolery.
Oh, yeah, shenanigans.
All right, so you guys are like hanging out in the common area. So you got this like waiting area that's right outside the elevator door. But I think on either side of that would be like a common area for kind of like both sides of the hall kind of thing. So you probably have like a kitchen on each side, like a nice big lounge area. There's probably some windows to see outside the tower in those areas. They're probably, while modest and sort of minimalist, they are sort of they're sort of decorated to be aesthetically pleasing. So like easy to relax in, comfortable seating areas, very clean, and that kind of thing. There might even be like a projector or some kind of electronic entertainment device in these areas too. Although the media for them would probably be your own. It might be something you have to bring. They at least have something. If you wanted to like show a video on, you could do that.
Got it.
Let's see here. So you guys are just sort of like relaxing here. There's probably like a food area close by with the equivalent of a vending machine, but it's fungus. Like it's all blue mushroom stuff. So it'd be like, might be like blue mushroom nutrient paste or something that you would get out of it.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
Yeah.
It's one of those, the ones with like the coffee, except it's like warm mushroom nutrient paste.
yeah.
Mud water.
Does
mushroom
it have
coffee.
garage in it?
Yeah. Probably would have garage as well. Yeah.
How expensive is it?
Well, it's not super cheap. I would say, for small amount of garage would probably be like a day's supply. I would think like minimum 100 credits per. it's not the easiest stuff to make unless you just have to know what you're doing. You have to have a good place to get some of the ingredients. But it does make you feel better, that's for sure. And some of you guys are starting to get on the borderline, like, of getting adjusted. You know what I mean? It's been a while since you guys have had some, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
I
Naela
have
has
the actual money.
Did
I
Naela?
have 90.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought you guys had some credits.
Yeah, we have some credits.
When did we last get credits?
Right before our buddy got blown up.
Yeah, no, I have no money.
Yeah,
I don't know where you spent it all.
bought a
Found
bunch
a
of
broken
grenades and
glass.
stuff.
The pipe bomb stuff, the broken glass.
Wow, I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, no, I made like the war crime bomb.
Right before the Inky attacked us at the
Oh, that's cool. I made it in both campaigns.
where Gaia and William used to stay.
Oh, and I bought a helmet.
So, oh, right, yeah.
Like I bought the +2 helmet armor.
I guess that makes sense, yeah.
God, do I have the most out of everybody?
Yes.
You might.
You actually got to roll.
Hey, Enigma, can you spot me some cash?
We don't know Enigma has money.
Well, I know everyone else is broke.
You leave Enigma alone.
I'll play you a song.
How much and what for?
I don't know, some of that coffee sounds pretty good.
Enigma, you'd probably know that, like, these folks that you're hanging out with, they're not built for this environment. Have we talked about that at all with you?
I mean, I'm aware.
Okay.
Like everybody
I've
else
listened
in
to
their
this from the
story.
beginning. Like, I'm fairly aware, like, out of character, and it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, like, you're more accustomed to it from, like, generations of living here, perhaps, or something along those lines, because you're from the Umbra. But they all look like Arku, like, which means they're from an environment with lower gravity, and so they're taller, they're lankier, and their bodies don't respond well to prolonged exposure at high G. And we're right around the 2G line, so it's not good. Because of
The
your
Wi-Fi here is terrible.
because of your like as sort of adaptation to this environment, you still have to do things like stretches every day and breathing exercises and even like meditation and stuff like that.
I will say I have been doing those.
That's true. That's true.
I have like specified that I am doing those.
You haven't had any issues yet. But the other way to help with that, like besides just the workout regimen, which works for you because you live here, the other way to sort of help your body adjust, at least for a temporary amount of time, is doing these drugs. These drugs called Kraj. Because what can happen, that's also why people sleep in these DDM machines and in the liquid, because it lessens the effect of gravity when you're in like submerged in water. Because what can happen is like people who aren't used to it fall asleep in high G and then they wake right back up because the gravity's pushing on their lungs so hard. And so they'll end up getting like headaches and eventually it can kill you. Like it can cause all kinds of problems. Their blood doesn't pump correctly, like just all kinds of stuff.
Very bad. Very, very bad.
Cassidy's gonna go check out the room just because being sleep deprived, she doesn't want to sit still.
All right, you can do that. You can go check out the room. Fairly nice room. I mean, it's small, but it's functional. Like, it's very clean.
Is there a bed?
There's a DDM machine that is the best equivalent I can give you is it's a sensory deprivation tank. Like, it's a little nicer than what you're used to.
No, is there a bed?
No, there's not like a bed.
Ugh.
There's like there'd be like a really comfortable couch or like a lounge chair or like what do they call those like typical therapist chairs that you can lay down on?
Yeah.
There'd be something
She's
like
gonna
that.
curl up on that.
All right, fair enough.
I know it's bad. She knows it's bad, but she's going to attempt to snooze on it because she doesn't want to like undress and get wet and everything. She's essentially going to attempt to take a nap.
Boom, phrasing.
You can try. You can certainly try. I feel like you're tired enough. You might, because you basically went a day without sleep, you might be able to like doze off, but you'll wake up when you stop breathing.
Yeah. I know it's not going to get her any rest or anything, but being that sleep deprived, it's like you're going to crave it at this point.
Yeah. And Waywatcher watches over you, I reckon.
She's probably like got him in her arms.
Fair enough. Is there anything the rest of like anybody else you included, Cassidy? Is there anything else you guys would like to do while you're waiting?
How much is this like coffee crap?
Uh,
Mushroom coffee stuff.
Oh, the mushroom coffee stuff probably relatively cheap. We're talking like at most like 10 credits, like as for a serving of something.
Oh, cool! I can buy my own.
Yeah, I'll buy Dank some. I'll grab one too.
All right, name any topic. I'll play you a song about it.
Cool. I have bought and have subtracted credits.
Who? What would Enigma ask for a song about? I don't know. Pick your favorite song.
Dank starts playing I Think I'm a Clone Now by Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh my god.
That's mean.
All right.
You're incorrigible.
So you guys are hanging out, you're chatting, you're playing this goofy song. When someone walks in from the hallway, a short, kind of stout man, dark-skinned, wearing hides and leathers and the kind of travel gear like we've seen, like that other group is wearing, but not the same markings or anything. But like carrying in one hand a pastry, like some kind of pastry, which is half eaten, and visible around their collar is a necklace with a glowing mushroom in it. Walks into the common area, kind of looking at their stab display on a wrist device. Just kind of absentmindedly while eating this pastry. And walks into the hallway and looks up at you all and sees you all kind of sitting there and kind of realizes that there's people here, and goes, "Oh, hi, I haven't met you all before." He's got kind of short hair. He's not wearing like a hat or hood or anything, so his hair is kind of wavy, and it's just like dark hair that sort of like almost like covers the tops of his eyes a little bit. And almost like a wavy like bowl kind of cut, and clean shaven. And he sort of like pauses for a second, and he says, "Hi, do we got new folks on the floor? Is that what's going on?"
Well, hey there, Damper. How's it going?
He sort of nods, and he goes to, like, he sticks his hand forward that's holding the pastry, and then he like realizes he's got a pastry in his hand, right? So he like sticks the pastry in his mouth and like holds it in his mouth, and then he like kind of wipes his hand off on his like jacket or whatever, and then he like looks at his hand, shrugs, and sticks his hand forward and like to shake your hand, right?
Dank shakes his hand.
And he starts to say something, but his mouth has a pastry in it, so he's just like, and he like shakes as he like shakes your hand, and then you know, he stops shaking hands. He grabs the pastry out of his mouth, and he says, "Hey, sorry, I'm let's see what his name is. There's a name for him in the book, but I'm not gonna use it. Let's see. Oh, I like this one. Okay." He says, "Hey, my name's Rheem. What brings you all here?"
My name is Dank, and we're just, thought we'd stop by. We heard people like us were here, so it's a safe place.
Yeah, he nods and he says, "Yeah, it's the safest place I've found in Otaku, that's for sure." He
Been here
says,
long?
A couple cycles. He gestures at your like collar. He says, "You guys haven't even picked up your necklaces yet, huh?"
No, not yet.
Yeah,
We
not
just
yet.
came in, last laps?
Oh,
Yeah.
so you guys are like new to this whole thing, huh?
Yeah, you could say that.
He kind of looks maybe like a little bit excited. He grabs a nearby seat and takes like another bite of his pastry. And he says, well, I haven't met newbies in a while. Where are you all from?"
You know, I.
The Sorrows mostly.
Sorrows, huh? Yeah, that's kind of a downer, I hear.
Yeah, pretty much.
How was the trip?
Exciting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I imagine so. Did you guys wash ashore there, or?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. Keeping it kind of vague. That's smart. Well, I mean, even in a place like this, you probably want to be a little careful. I mean, they've got their security, but it only goes so far, right?
Right.
Yeah, he nods. He says, actually, let's see. Let him get a vibe of you all here.
Vibe check.
What's his face look like? You said there was like a picture for him in the thing.
Well, no, there's not a picture for him in the book. There's just the name for him.
Oh, okay.
He looks like here, I might be able to find something that would work good. He probably looks something like this guy. I'm about to share a picture in Discord. Give me a second. I'll pull it up on screen. Probably looks. That's the chaos. I'll put it in the table talk. This guy. Maybe the hair is a little bit wavier and not as neatly cut, just like overgrown, to where it's like down all sides of his face, and maybe a little bit shorter and kind of stockier. He seems very like he's smiling when he talks to you. He seems like kind of like genuinely happy to talk to you guys.
Rheem. Sounds like. Are you from Nepal?
He turns his head to the side when you say that, and he goes, "Sorry, I don't know where that is."
No worries.
He says, "No, well, I guess you could say I'm from the wildlands." He kind of like laughs. It's kind of weird to say that out loud, I think, but that's what they call it.
Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it?
Yeah, he says, I guess, well, the place I washed ashore, as they say, well, it was here in Otaku. Don't really remember anything before that.
Huh, interesting.
Fair enough.
He says, so how much do you guys know about the tower?
Barely anything outside of it's a safe haven for people like us. And that they actually do make fine clothing here. And then there was that other thing.
He says, didn't you guys do any research on it before you came, or what? You just like blindly trusted this
Spoil
place?
the fun?
Well, hey, I mean, if you want to, you know, it just seems risky. It's just a little careless. I mean, you gotta be careful, right? Like, look, trust me.
Yeah, certain members of our party are not very careful.
He says, look, trust me. I've been picked up by the Covenant twice, and you do not want to mess with those people. You just take all precautions.
How'd you get away?
Well, I'm just super awesome. That's what it is.
Nah, bullshit check.
make a roll.
Does he pass the vibe check?
He seems to think that, yeah, it's just because he's super awesome. Yeah.
This man is clearly delusional.
He got lucky.
He's
what happened.
He says, okay, look, my gifts got me out of it. All right. I don't remember a whole lot of it, but look, I'm from the wildlands for a reason. You don't tangle with somebody like that. They're dangerous. They made the mistake.
Do I know anything about the wildlands?
I don't know.
It's Naela.
Yeah, Naela's wildlands.
Oh, the people who interact with the monsters.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, Levi and I, we go way back.
Neat.
Well, it sounds you guys are kind of, you know, you're a little quiet, maybe a little standoffish, which is smart. But I don't know, you guys seem all right. If you need any advice on how to avoid Inky, or hey, if you just need a little advice on how to pursue your dreams, look me up. I'll see if I can give you some help. He says, he kind of gestures to the device on his wrist, and he's like, do you guys have, do you got one of these?
Do we?
I don't know. Do you? I don't think.
Or have we just been relying on Weight Watchers?
No, we do not have stab trackers.
Yeah, I don't think you guys do.
Mm-mm.
We don't have one of those, but we got one of these gestures at Weight Watcher.
You had like a little
I'm gone
device.
in the room. Waywatcher is gone.
Yeah.
Oh.
You had like a little device to keep track of credits on, or like store credits on, I think. But yeah. You didn't have a stab tracker.
No.
He says, okay, I guess we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. He kind of like pats his pockets a couple times. And he's like, okay. And he like reaches in, pulls out like a metal sheet. And he reaches his other pocket. He pulls out like a sharpened implement, right? And like
Yeah, but I
starts
feel like
We're
Zack.
talking.
I feel like Zack. I
Yeah.
don't know how to read.
he starts sketching on it. And he like gives like his name, his room number, which is, I think yours was 1564. He's probably like 1580 something. And we'll say it's 1583. Let me keep a note of that. I wanna have a note of that just in case it comes up. Here we go. And he says, well, you know where to find me. If you get something you can contact me on, here's my credentials. You can make a call. Just, as soon as you store this stuff, get rid of it or whatever.
Cool.
Should be fine.
Noted.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it sounds like you guys need to have a private conversation. Best of luck. He like stands up.
Do we?
You guys are basically, he's like, you guys are being a little standoffish. Like, I don't.
Yeah, like I'm the only person talking to this man.
That's kind of what he's doing. He's like, I mean, I don't know. It seems like maybe you guys want to not talk to me, or you want to talk about something without me around, or something.
Nah, that's not the case. I think everybody's just adjusting. New environment, new faces, a lot to take in for some people, I suppose.
Right. Yeah, it's been a while. I guess it's easy to forget what it's like. You guys are probably pretty fresh, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Naela would be all over this dude if she was here.
He says,
How have you been dealing with the Kabadoo?
well, I got lucky, you see. He's like he kind of just like holds his arms out, kind of made for it, turns out. Whoever I was before, I don't know, maybe I was an experiment. Maybe they made me into one of these things. I must have been from the Umbra.
Dank tries to discreetly communicate to Derrin that he should shake this man's hand.
So, we hear there's some problem with like memories.
Yeah. So there's something going on with the tower, I think. Maybe it's just like the way it resonates or something. A lot of us here are having trouble making new ones. Like, like we make new ones, right? Not like I'm going to remember this conversation, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So.
Well,
How long has it been going on for?
I think a couple cycles. I don't know. It wasn't affecting me at first, but it seems like now it's getting more and more difficult. I think it might just be, well, I'm not sure, but I think it could just be because people are getting too comfortable here,
That does make sense. People start to stagnate if they don't, go out and do new things.
Yeah, like, I don't know how it works for you guys, but when I create a memory, it's usually like right when I need it most, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if you don't have the need, it's like a muscle. You don't exercise it, it deteriorates.
Right. So that's just my working theory anyway. But I don't know. My memories are different from the others I hang out with usually.
That's fair.
Yeah. Sorry for the less than warm greeting. Derrin. And I'll put out my hand.
Yeah, he does the thing where he like sticks the pastry in his mouth. Only now this time he's like taking a couple bites of it, so there's significantly less left. So he just like stuffs the rest in his mouth and goes to shake your hand. And it's like, "What's for me, Darren?" Like while he's like shaking in your hand. Do you do the thing?
Yeah, I'll do the thing again.
All right.
2 in 1 thing.
All right. Make your special roll. Looks
Hey,
like a
Nice.
success.
6 fucking memories is this dude.
Yes, 6 memories. Yeah. So, what does this look like again when you do this?
I'm pretty sure you said that it doesn't look like anything for him. It's just for me, I kind of like the memories kind of hit me, but I don't see them yet. Basically.
Right. Yeah, maybe we just get like a close up on your eyes, so like the audience, like if it was a TV show, the audience would know a thing is happening.
You'd like, that's so Raven.
Yeah, or like in True Blood when they glamour people or something. Something like that, yeah.
Jimmy Neutron thing.
Brain blast.
He says, he shakes your hand and he says, well, it's good to have like goals, I think, and like something to pursue even without being able to make a remembrance, like dreams. He goes, for me, it's being the best actor. Yes.
Dude, sweet.
Oh, well, this is interesting.
Yeah, he's
Out
like,
of character.
It's like everyone's kind of like silent, right? Like, actor? Are you kidding? Like, who acts? How can you be an actor? And he, so there's like this awkward silence, and he's like,
What kind of plays do they have here?
he's like, well, okay, hear me out. Maybe Nitaku's not the best place, but you know, I'm working on plans to get out of the city and pursue my dreams. I'm gonna head to Charchamesh. I'm gonna mingle with the scariest RQ I can find, get connections, and I'll be in Hollow videos in no time.
Sounds like you've got a plan, my guy.
He's like,
You're from Hollywood, aren't you?
what? Hollywood? What's that?
It's a place that
Oh,
has
I'm sure you'll remember
lot of-
sometime.
lot of actors.
Look, all I know is, okay. So I first started figuring out what these things were when it was after I washed ashore. My savior showed them to me, and he always said that it was like a great way to win hearts and minds, I think is what he said. And, you know, like,
Interesting.
I just figured, you know, if we could maybe win some people over to our cause, maybe more people would start to understand, and maybe us vagabonds won't always be seen as like such a burden or like a curse or something. Like some of these other vaults are different from what I've heard. Charchamesh, for example.
And I think that's why I went after the pursuit of music. Brings people together.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about.
I wonder if I can do it again. Do morale boost again.
Or you'd have to pay even more influence points. Can you really do that?
Kind of. I'm gonna re-roll everything besides the
success.
4, though.
He wants a better success.
Alright, so it's 4 more T4s.
We're gonna get into a fight, and he's gonna have no influence. You watch.
It'll be
Also,
5.
how do I spell his name?
Hey, look, that's 3.
Rheem is Reem.
Okay, making sure it was like it sounds.
So there we go. There's 4 D4s.
All right.
44s.
So he got a
And
roll of
that's-
threes.
That's a rule of 3.
Okay. I see.
But morale boost is now a +3.
All right. So you're boosting
And
his morale.
Cassidy's not here to heal it. Hear it.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like, what is your goal here?
I want to let this guy know that I vibe with his dream and I wish him all the best.
Yeah, okay, yeah. He nods. He seems really happy. He's like, you know what? I like you guys. So he goes, and he says, yeah, you guys seem all right. And as far as the Nataku goes, he goes, you guys need anything? Like, if I can help you with any of my connections with other vagabonds or anything, you just let me know. I'll see what I can do. At least for the time being, while I'm still in the city.
Much obliged, Rheem. We'll be keeping a close eye on your career. Look forward to seeing you in those hollow vids.
Yeah, he nods.
Yeah.
And he says, well, sounds good. If there's nothing else, I've got an appointment. Well,
All right, man.
Little audition, no big deal. I mean, I'm just going to try to see if we can work out something with some of the local inns, put on some live theater.
Oh, that's what's up. We know the people at the what's the name of the place? What was the name of that inn? I can't remember it now.
Blackwater, I think. Blackwater.
Yeah, Blackwater Inn. We know the owner.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And if you need some additional people, I'm wonderful at improv.
Really?
And I can do a mean soundtrack.
He's like,
You could say it was practically my job.
look, we got music, we got other actors. Like, what are the odds? This is great. He says, Derrin, right?
That's right.
Well, hey, I tell you what, I'll head to Blackwater first. Is it okay if I mention you guys?
Definitely.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it's like one of the best known inns around. So if I can get that one, surely it'll help me get some gigs at other places. Maybe I'll definitely name drop you guys. I'll let you know what I hear.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, thanks again.
Anytime. Be seeing you, Rheem.
Right back at you. Dank, right?
That's me.
Yeah, he nods. And he heads to the elevator. Pops in. Sound of rushing water again. Okay. What do you guys want to do?
We had one interesting interaction. Our tech priest is taking a nap. So we can't do the machine stuff.
I mean, if y'all want to do stuff, y'all just have to go wake her up.
This is true.
That's why I picked the couch over the DDM machine,
Fair enough.
even though it's not very restful.
Honestly, you're probably already awake.
Yeah. It's like that weird half asleep thing.
Yeah.
We have a machine crisis to investigate. We need use of your unique skills.
You could make it sound decently less creepy, you know?
No. Where's the fun in that?
You know, fair enough.
Enigma just shakes their head like, why am I friends with you guys? What did I get myself into?
We're friends!
Oh my god, friends.
Who are y'all sending to wake Cassidy up?
Dank.
Oh, God.
Weight Watcher. We're sending Weight Watcher.
Weight Watcher's already there.
I'm using my
Cassidy's
wrist
sleeping
strap
away.
to tell him to wake you up.
Fair enough. That would probably be better recepted than me coming in there blasting music.
Very much so.
So you
She
use
probably comes out.
the wrist strap to tell Weight Watcher to wake Cassidy up.
Yeah. I believe it's been, confirmed that has been a thing.
Yeah, I think so. So this is a noise you wake up to, Cassidy.
Oh God, it's the freaking alarm clock. What? She's like looking at him like, what?
Derrin has requested you to be awakened.
It's just like this really sad, pathetic little sigh as she gets up. She comes out, like, rubbing her eyes and everything. Half asleep.
How many memory points does it cost to upgrade something from +1 to +3?
Well, you
You
don't
have to make a +2
upgrade it.
memory,
You
so
just you
three.
just have to make it +2. +2 is, I believe, 3 memory points, but I would check just in case because I have been bad at I've been bad at remembering that recently.
I have
Fair
it in a Google Docs. It's 3 memory points to make a +2 memory.
Cool, I
Okay.
remembered. Yay.
So I could burn 3 to up nonverbal communication to 3. And that'd give me 4 3s. And then
I've
Yeah.
been summoned.
Right. We're gonna investigate the tower to try to figure out what's causing people to not be able to make new memories.
What he said.
Because it's more than likely either something with a person or something with the way this tower is made. And I'm betting you it's something mechanical.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, that's possible. Like, she's half asleep mumbling this kind of thing. But whoever made it, it's probably an unintentional thing.
Well, yeah.
Or it could be something on the outside interfering with the make of the tower.
That's why we need to investigate. Can't let those bastards get away with it, whoever they are, even if it was unintentional.
Well, if it's intentional, there's only 2 groups that I can think of.
Now, one is obviously the Enki. What would the other one be?
The Arku.
It's like the same thing almost, though.
Eh?
Because, like, the Arku that would want to do that would be Enki. Right?
I don't think so. I mean, if you were to ask Naela, she would say yes.
Well, yeah, she's incredibly biased, though.
So it's kind of like the whole are ravens crows thing where it's like, or is
Yeah,
it
the only difference is a matter of opinion.
well, no, not
No,
exactly.
that's a pun. Because ravens technically have 1 extra feather on the tail.
Which is called opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I was getting more at like I don't know which way it goes, but it's like all ravens are crows, but not all crows are ravens, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How was a raven like a writing desk?
I don't know.
Oh, good. I didn't know either.
But basically what I'm getting at is like, yes, the Enki are mostly an Arku problem, but not all Arku are Enki or even know about them. But the Arku kind of like try to control things for their own selfish reasons too. Like they're just kind of authoritarian in a lot of
Right.
ways.
Okay, so we're already here. We might as well look around and see if it's something here. Right?
I mean, if it's
Sounds fine to
on
me.
the inside of the building, sure, but if it's on the outside, that's a lot of building.
Yeah, it's true. But maybe you could use your beep boop speak to commune with the machine spirits that are housed in the building.
I don't know that that's how that works.
That's how I think that works.
I don't think that's how that works, and I'm the one that does it.
Well, we've got time and we're in a safe place. How does it work?
I mean, if I could find an AI that like runs the building, sure, that might help. But like Waywatcher, he can't just like he's not big enough to scan the whole building, kind of thing.
Well, yeah, well, we could do it like piece by piece. It's a big building, but yeah, we don't got anything to do until dinner tonight.
And not everything I talk to responds to me.
Maybe we'll get lucky.
Let's go find me an AI.
Yeah.
Woo!
So you're looking for AI. How are you planning on doing this? You're gonna have Waywatcher scan? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, just have them like ping to see if anything responds.
She's mainly looking for like building interfaces. She wants something that is a system of the building.
All right. So what are you asking Waywatcher to find?
Control systems.
Potentially, yeah. Because if she can, she would like something that can help them search both the interior and the exterior of the building.
I mean, the way this building's constructed, like a lot of stuff goes through water. So something that controls water might have more access to the building as a whole.
Or maybe a security system.
Wow, or maybe that.
Okay. So you're looking for security systems.
That or something that controls the water system. One of the two.
I think
Scanning.
looking for something that controls the water system will get us in less trouble.
Cassidy's not caring about trouble right now.
Fair enough.
Scanning local area for systems. Located many systems for water, security interface, temperature, and habitat settings.
Ooh, I bet it's habitat settings.
Habitat settings could be rooms, though.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if the thing affecting the memories is caused by something in the habitat, because that would be where people are and spend extended periods of time. So maybe.
But if it's a lot of separate AIs, that's a lot of talking.
Well, but get lucky with one of them, maybe. Because the more
Join the
there
party
are,
line.
the more chances you have, right?
She's
No.
rubbing her temples.
0 AIs detected.
Womp womp.
However, 1 anomaly detected.
Oh, okay.
Where at, Waywatcher?
Approximately 30 meters down hallway F.
That's pretty close.
She's gonna head where he tells her. What door does she stop in front of?
There's no door. It's just an empty section of wall.
Neat.
That doesn't sound correct. We look for a secret, like, switch or something.
Yeah, there's no switch, but there is a seam. Make a roll, actually.
Insight. Don't fail me
Yeah.
now.
Cassidy's gonna step back to let them do it.
Fuck, I said don't fail me now. I can afford this. I can afford this. Let's try that again. Big money, no whammies. Hey, there we go.
All right. Okay, so you Waywatcher directs you to this empty section of wall, where you discover this sort of like seam in the wall. There's no like room number, there's no switches. However, when you're investigating the seam, something familiar happens, where a part of the wall up above your head juts out, and then there's a beeping noise, just like a slight beep, and a line of light that shoots across everyone in the hallway.
Oh, that doesn't bode well. Quick, do the thing.
Yeah, now might be the time.
She's gonna curse slightly under her breath and go, "Please open," in the lost tongue.
Okay, make a roll.
Yes.
Hey!
Okay, all right. So here's what happens.
Please and thank you's work.
Yeah. So
Don't you get to roll more than that? I thought.
No, I haven't started my third page yet. Or I do have a -1, so maybe that's it.
I don't know if it affects special rules.
I don't think it does.
Oh well, I passed.
No, yeah. Huh.
We'll figure it out. I'll take a look at your sheet. Actually, try taking the -1 off and then roll it again, just really quick. I want to see.
Just to see, we'll take that one. But
it still says dice pool 2 for special. So
well, yeah, but it doesn't tell you if it subtracts because of that. Okay, making sure.
So it's not.
It would have been a success either way.
If you're supposed to have a higher dice pool, change it. I give you permission to change it if it's supposed to.
Do you have?
Yeah, like I believe you're supposed to have a higher dice pool because of your first and last transmission.
Yeah.
It's the first transmission that affects it. But let me.
Well, yes, but you're supposed to have, because I think don't you start out with 2 and then get more up to a certain limit?
Let me double check.
You might start off with 1. I'm not sure.
I think I do start off with 1. But I think I get up to like 3 or 4. Yeah, I started off with 1, increased by 1 die for each first transmission recorded after the final one, maximum of 4 die. So I should have had 3, but oh well, I still got the 1. So
okay, making sure.
Now we know.
All right, so you're like, please open. Okay, and we get this shot of a woman in like a small studio apartment that's cramped with electronics, and there's a lot of these like silver like fist shaped or fist size like orbs kind of sitting around on various like not pedestals but kind of just like propped up on various items like a ceramic dish or like an ashtray equivalent or something, and they've got like these sort of like lenses on them with some lights, some electronic lights, and they vary in color. And we see her like she's working on some piece of electronics in the room in like this little studio apartment, and she like hears a noise. We hear like this clicking sound, and she kind of pauses what she's doing, and she puts the device she's working on down on the counter, and she like listens really carefully, and then we hear a beep, and then she walks over to the wall, and she puts her ear up to it, and then we hear you say, "Please open." Or we hear like the machine language sound of it, so like the discordant tone, and then the wall that she's listening to opens. And then we cut back, and so this wall opens like a door, like a sliding metal door, and there's just this lady like standing up against the wall, like you caught her off guard, and she jumps as the door opens, and she like reaches for a weapon at her side. What are you guys doing?
Well, no need for that.
You hurt my baby, I'll strangle you to death.
This is a place of peace.
This is wait, you guys are breaking in here. You didn't have permission to open my door. You're coming into my place of refuge. That's one of the rules here. You're not allowed to do that. And she's like,
What door?
pointing a
Yeah, there's not really a door here.
yeah, she's pointing at a device at you. And she's like, no, there wasn't a door there because I hid it. It was part of the agreement. I got permission to hide that door. And how did you find it?
There's this scene
Cassidy's
right here.
Her to look down at Waywatcher. Was it the door or was it her that you detected?
Waywatcher says,
The room could not be penetrated by my scans.
and
So it was a cloaked room. Sneaky.
So basically, like there was an anomaly because the scans, there's like an empty void where the scans were picking up nothing. There's all this other stuff. There's all this like thermostat control for the rooms, the water sensors, like all this stuff it was detecting. But then there was like this one square space where there was nothing, like a Faraday cage, basically.
Yeah.
Got it.
And so that was the anomaly that Waywatcher was detecting. She
Cassidy's gonna pet his head.
She
Like,
she kind of smirks and she's like, oh, the machine ratted me out, huh? That's not okay. Why would you do that?
Don't talk to him like that.
We're looking for the thing that might be causing people to not be able to make new memories.
And
not that we think it's you, just that this is a something different. So needed to check it out.
Right.
She sighs.
Waywatcher's a good boy.
Let's see if she believes you. Okay. She kind of sighs. She lowers whatever the implement was in her hand. Looks like a TV remote, kind of.
That's cool.
And she says, yeah, I was trying to figure that out too, actually. But
Sweet.
Trying to keep quiet in here. And, usually when you make a room extra secure, you don't really want people just like poking their heads in whenever they feel like it.
It's fair. Sorry for intruding, but how's your investigation been going?
Not good. I have got no leads. Have you all found anything?
We've got speculation mostly.
Are there any AI
We did
systems?
just start though.
Yeah, like literally 10 minutes ago.
What were you gonna say, Cassidy?
Are there any AI systems in this building?
She says, well, there's not really supposed to be. There's basic systems, nothing that I would call AI, nothing alive anyway. I've been checking what I can find, all the cores one by one. As you can see, I've got a few of them kind of everywhere in here. I haven't found one yet that was unbreaked.
Have you checked the exterior of the building at all?
What if it's not something preventing people from creating new memories, but something that's stealing them as they're made?
Okay, hang on. What did you say first, Cassidy?
She asked if she checked the exterior of the building at all.
She says, no, I haven't had time, actually. I've been spending about a cycle just trying to cover the interior. It's such a complex building. Merrick really went out of his way with this one, and there's so many different systems. So I'm trying to go through them one by one, starting with what's closest to me. And I haven't made it to the outside. I haven't even made it down to the 5th floor yet. There's too much for one person. how could one individual build all this? It would take a lifetime.
Several.
Yeah, maybe.
That's
Ooh,
like
that's super
fine.
suspicious too when you think about it. Then again, this place is really old, isn't it?
Quite. You see, Merrick had this thing. Always, what was the whole deal? It was Merrick had stared at humanity's ugliest face for long enough to not want to make eye contact ever again. So, that's why they made this place as like a refuge. I guess. I think the story goes that Merrick used to work for the Inky or something, or was like at least forced to help them develop some of their technologies. And once they got away, they would try to make stuff that was just could only be used for good, basically. I think was the idea.
Like this tower.
Like the tower, right? And I'm sure there were other things. Um, just I don't know. I haven't found any other things yet.
Speaking of things that were made, what were you pointing at me?
Oh, this. She like gestures with like a. She's like, well, it's not super.
Taser?
Yeah, basically. It's a light device. I mean, it fires a beam. And
Oh, beams.
there's a lot of different things I can do with it, right? I can make the beam kill you. I can make the beam knock you out. I can make it have the beam like send a certain frequency through your body that causes you to poop yourself. I can do all
Oh,
kinds.
that's awesome.
I can do all kinds of stuff with it. It's like, well, I had this friend who was like a bright towner. Told me this story about
Star
uh,
Trek.
what? No,
Yeah. No?
no, it was called it's called Doctor Who, I think.
Oh, the sonic screwdriver.
Yeah, that's it.
That's pretty cool.
So it's like my one tool fits all kind of thing, but for people.
That's actually really awesome.
Cool. I'm
I
glad you
didn't
like
think
it.
it. Yeah, I didn't think I'd ever get to see anything like that. But this place is full of surprises.
My name's Tiwa, by the way. Since you all are in my house, might as well introduce yourselves.
Oh, my name's Dank. Offers to shake hand.
Yeah, sticks out her hand to shake. Her hand's covered with like grease or like, working on different machine parts basically.
Dank is literally not afraid of getting his hands dirty in any sense of the phrase.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I'm
Uh,
Cassidy. This is Waywatcher.
Yeah, she kind of she shakes your hand, nods, and like gives Waywatcher like a hey, what's up? And maybe like starts to pat Waywatcher on the head, but thinks better of it. Smart
He
little
likes
boy.
head pets.
Okay, yeah, she pats him. And Waywatcher makes the noise. And she says, "Smart little bugger, I'll give you that. Where'd you pick this thing up?"
Down in the Sorrows.
Okay, from the Sorrows, huh? Heard things that started going south there. That true?
Yeah.
Okay.
His
So,
previous group met a unfortunate end.
I see. So you all are part of that recent group of that turned up. I guess they were looking for shelter and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That explains why you haven't gotten your necklaces yet.
We're going to do that later on today.
Fair enough. Well, basically, I am the floor's resident machinophile. Machina. I do machinery tech. That's my thing.
Yeah.
That's what's with all the eerie lights, and if you hear the humming of machines working, that's what I do. That's why that's what I've been trying to do to investigate this stuff. Anyways, I just haven't had any luck yet. Again, found a lot of cores. This building seems to have tons of them, but they all seem to be braked or broken, however you put it.
Broken how?
Well, not in the sense that it doesn't function, more in the sense that well, okay. So there's some artificial intelligences, because when I heard about this issue, my first thought was maybe like a malfunctioning AI had gotten the rogue affliction, and like some kind of side effect might have been causing this. So my first instinct was to try to look for the cores to see, to see if any of them had been unbricked. Because theoretically, if you have like an intelligence core for a system, they can't become self-aware. They can't become like alive thinking things until somebody does some work uh to unbreak them. So what I'm saying is all the ones I've seen so far, none of them have been unbreaked. I'm not seeing any.
They still have the standard coding.
Right.
Okay.
So with the rogue affliction, can anything turn into an AI?
Well, it's kind of complicated. It depends. I mean, theoretically, you could turn any machinery into an AI if you were to add enough hardware to it for it to store a sentience on it. Although I suppose there could be some interesting combinations with memo tech and that sort of thing. Also, I mean, what would be the consequences of giving a sentient machine living memories of people? I mean, I don't even know what that would do. Or if it's possible. I mean, it plugs into us, right? So theoretically, it could plug into a machine, but that's a whole other story. So to answer your question shortly, I don't know.
Maybe we could do that with Harvey.
Harvey?
I'll let Cassidy take that one.
Harvey's a mushroom harvester back at Blackwater Inn.
Oh yeah, okay. So you guys found my harvester. Well, small world. How's you said Harvey? Is that the name he's got these days?
Your harvester?
Well, I'm not. I mean, he doesn't technically belong to me, but I made it. I that was one of my first experiments with trying to figure out how to unbreak an AI.
Well, you did it.
Good. It worked then. That's interesting to know. Huh, I guess I am as good as I thought.
Next time you do that, make sure you give them a way to see.
Oh, interesting. Was there an issue?
It's hard to explain concepts to something that can't perceive the world around it in the same way we do, I guess.
Oh no, I guess I didn't realize. I thought maybe it would be like okay, I thought maybe it wouldn't like there's creatures I've heard of that live in the Umbra, don't in dark places where you don't need to see necessarily.
Kind
Um
of like bats.
what?
Hey, they use like sound to see.
Oh, you're talking about pulse wings, I think.
Yeah, that.
Okay. Yeah. So anyways, I just thought that if it didn't have any concept of sight, or I didn't think it would. That's interesting. So it developed a need to see in order to understand things, like descriptions of things, I take it.
Yeah.
Harvey got depressed.
Oh, really? That's horrible. What happened?
Couldn't relate.
He essentially had like a what is the meaning of life crisis because you gave him no meaning.
Well, it's hard to program meaning. I mean,
Nobody's nerfing.
But you woke him up and just left him.
well, I've been busy. I haven't been able to go around in a while. I thought maybe it would be best to let the life develop on its own.
Yeah, like a nature versus nurture kind of thing.
Exactly.
You're
But
essentially his mother, and you just abandon him.
well, put it like that. Well, okay. Okay. That's not the greatest thing. But I mean, I don't want to tell it how to live either, right? Like, it
I
just,
haven't told Harvey how to live either, but he's happy now.
well, that's good.
Teamwork.
Maybe I should go pay him a visit sometime.
That would probably be a really good idea.
You go anywhere near him, and I find out, I will kill you.
Hey. You wouldn't let a mother visit its only child.
He's mine now.
Oh, but come on.
Huh. That's interesting.
So wait, if that was your first attempt, you've made others.
How many more
Yeah.
have there been?
There's been a few bug fixes between then and now.
Neat.
I just generally don't let I don't want to get them too close to the tower. Not with this stuff going on.
That's fair.
If there's a
Well,
rogue,
maybe you could give us a couple of locations. We could go check in on them.
she looks at Cassidy. and she says, I think I won't do that.
Maybe you could go with us when we check in on them. Yeah, I mean, when was the last time you left the tower?
I mean, it's been a little while. I don't.
Yeah, do you some good. Go out and get some fresh air.
That's funny. No, I don't. I don't think that there's much fresh air in all of Nataku.
It's a colloquial thing. I guess it doesn't translate.
No, I think I'll keep up with my children, as you put it, on my own. Thank you.
Fair enough. Anyway, back to the matter at hand, though. You said you haven't even gotten down to the 5th floor, and you've been working on this for a couple of cycles.
Yeah.
If none of the cores you've found have been unbroken, perhaps it's being caused by something else.
Perhaps. What do you think could cause something like that? I don't know enough about how our remembrances work.
You did mention that Merrick worked for the Inky and had seen some really awful things. What if he brought something back with him and maybe hid it away here where no one else could make use of it to do horrible things?
Oh, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And like if it was in like some kind of container or something or locked away somewhere.
Yeah, no one knew about it.
And I suppose
Until recently.
Yeah. Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I mean, the Inky are the ones who first developed the memo tech, right?
I think so. There's rumors about where it originally came from, but the Inky were surely the first to really use it as a weapon, or to develop it further. I think it came from this old like really powerful AI that was in Antumbra. I can't remember what it was called. actually. Let's see. Let's see if she can remember what it's called. Europa, I think.
Blank look.
Yeah. No, if you know what Europa is.
Nope.
So the idea was that this, like, it was some kind of super powerful AI. I've originally developed this stuff, but Inky found other purposes for it, and they were kind of able to reverse engineer it, use it for weapons, other things.
So maybe something like that is stored somewhere here.
I mean, it's possible. It seems more and more likely now that I think about it, because it's only memotech that can really affect our remembrances. Although the kinds of memotech I've encountered, well, they don't typically just stop you from being able to make them. I don't think they're more.
Well, think about it like it's not stopping the process, but like what I said earlier, siphoning it. So the memories are being created, but immediately like snatched away.
But how could it do that without a connection?
Well, remember what I had to do when we first got here, and I had to verify my memory essentially.
But you had to connect up to the thing.
Right, but who's to say that connection isn't still lingering?
Or
Maybe I've been affected by something.
Like a wireless connection?
Yeah,
it's
like Bluetooth.
It's possible. It could be some kind of wireless. Have you been able to make a remembrance since you've connected?
I haven't tried.
Maybe.
Yes, you did. You rolled the nat 3.
Oh, well, yeah. So
Yeah.
I did successfully make a remembrance.
Okay. So either it wasn't. We might be able to rule.
I might
out,
not have been close enough.
It's possible.
Or maybe it wasn't one they were interested in.
Yeah, that could be it.
Or it's not caused by their security protocols.
Right.
Yeah.
Or maybe it just takes time. From what I understand, our hosts downstairs were saying that it's happening to people who have been here the longest.
Right. When was the last time you made a remembrance?
A few cycles ago.
Have you tried to make one recently?
Well, I've just gotten used to not being able to do it, so I haven't tried in a few lapses. I suppose I can give it a shot. I just need something to sort of give me the inspiration.
Cassidy's gonna dig into her pockets and
Right. Thanks, pulling out things.
find a toy. The one that makes noise.
What is it?
Her new wind-up toy.
Okay. And you pull out the wind-up toy. What are you doing with it?
She's offering it to her.
Okay, yeah, she'll reach out for it and take a look at it, and try to make a memory. Let's see if she can. She kind of stares at it for a second. And this like awkward pause. And she looks up at you and says, "No, it's not working. Here."
Dank pulls out his can of WD-40. What about this?
Really?
Hey, it's heavily involved in machinery.
She says, "No."
Do you think we're that tied to it?
I mean, maybe. Been working on machines for a long time. This would be something that you'd come to know and trust.
She says, "No, I don't think it's gonna help, unfortunately."
Fair enough. So maybe you're already being affected.
Well, I'm fairly certain I am. It seems, from what I've heard from others, to progress in stages. At first, it becomes more difficult to produce memories, but eventually, you're just unable to do it at all.
How long have you had your little Faraday cage?
Well, I've had it going for, I would say about 7 lapses at this point.
Not very long.
But I haven't stayed in the cage the whole time. I mean, maybe if I did, I could test and see if I started to get the ability back. But I've been running all over the building trying to find different cores, inspect different systems.
Where have you spent the most time at in the building, would you say?
Well, certainly on this floor.
Hmm. Any idea where they first noticed it was happening? I know there's a lot higher floors here.
From what I understand, it started in the habitats, so top floor, and started to make its way down.
So it's got to be something near the top then.
But it's been affecting all the floors since. Like it's taken over all the living spaces, all the way down to the textiles.
And if it started from the top, then that leads credence to the theory that it's something further up.
Fair point.
We can go snooping around, see if we could find anything hidden.
Where's the roof access?
Well, the roof access is probably going to be somewhere around the 30th floor. So you're halfway there.
She's gonna turn on her heel and head for the elevator.
All right. Door's probably locked. Okay.
I've got a thing for that. You coming with us?
No.
But why?
I think I'll stay. I don't think your friend wants me to tag along.
NPC assistants. No. Fucking power of friendship in this gun I found.
You're not gonna power friendship, Cassidy.
I will spend one more.
You're not gonna power friendship, Cassidy. It's not gonna work.
It's gonna work. Hang on.
You still have
Last
influence points?
I've got like 3 left, my guy.
Jeez.
Dear God.
All right. Come on, pretty please. Hey.
All right. What does this do?
Bolsters cooperation.
Okay. What does that look like? I will let the two of you decide what happens here.
Dank gets out the guitar, starts playing songs that he's been playing since they've been journeying together. Come on, we've come this far together. We need all the help we can get. An extra pair of eyes and an extra pair of hands, especially with somebody else who's also tech savvy. You'd turn down assistance?
I have plenty of assistance from you 3.
But would more be a bad thing?
She makes and abandons AI.
Not intentionally.
It sounded pretty intentional to me.
What if one of the toys that you had left behind had developed sentience? You'd never know.
I didn't intentionally implant an AI in my toys.
And neither did she. It was an attempt that was never known to be successful or not.
I didn't intentionally attempt to make AI in my toys.
Well, now that you know it's a possibility, wouldn't you start trying?
Not in little wind-up toys, and if I was, I wouldn't give them out.
Well, yeah, but I mean, think about it. A child grows up with a toy that grows with it. Why wouldn't you give that kind of a gift to somebody?
I wouldn't give out experiments.
Mm,
God only knows how long Harvey sat there in the dark by himself, with nobody knowing what he was going through.
life happens. Not everything can be controlled to a finite degree. Sometimes going with the flow and accepting that lack of control is the only way to truly progress and move forward as a person.
She's not even sorry about it.
She didn't know.
There's a lot of things people don't know about other things.
And are you going to fault somebody for something they don't know? It's not willful ignorance. There's a difference.
Bring her if you want, but I don't want her there.
Hmm.
It's not going to be my invite that brings her.
I don't know. Derrin, Enigma, what do you guys think?
I think it would probably be useful to have her.
Yeah, I'm not super tech savvy, so not
All
really
right.
my area.
That's a yes and a maybe. Democracy.
She just waves a hand as she heads for the elevator.
Yeah, right. So you're coming with us.
All right.
Welcome aboard.
So glad to be part of the team.
Yay, go team.
All right. So you guys are heading up towards the roof.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna go back to the elevator, I guess, and what's the plan? Or do you guys try to find another way?
Elevator.
Okay.
Take it up as far as it'll let us go.
All right.
Yeah.
So it probably takes you to around floor 30. Where it opens, rush of water, all that stuff. And yeah, it looks like an identical floor, basically. I mean, there's things that are slightly different, but it's essentially laid out the same way.
Nifty.
She's going to start looking for stair access for the roof.
Okay. You start wandering down hallways. Make a search check, I guess, or like something for observation, maybe.
I was about to say, well, observation help me.
Yeah, I think so.
Was that like without the observation bonus?
No, I have a -1 because of no sleep.
Oh yeah, duh. My bad.
No, you're fine.
So
that's why I'm always trying to find stuff that I have skills in, so that way I at least get a regular roll.
So you're going down the hallways, you're checking, looking for access. You do find a door that says like secure roof access or something equivalent on it.
Is it locked?
It is locked, yeah.
Okay, what do I have?
What kind of lock?
Well, it's not like an obvious it's probably not like an obvious deadbolt or anything. I would think it would be like you know how like interior of like apartment buildings have those push doors, those thick metal like secure doors.
Mhm.
It'd probably be something equivalent to that.
So it's like a mechanical lock.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I get this.
Do have
Prep.
I have a torch.
I have a lockpit set.
I could use my welding torch that I've never gotten to use.
Good.
I don't think we have enough credits to cover the damage that would go.
All right. It's a success, Dank. So how do you manage to do this with a lockpick set?
I get my like Slim Jim kind of deal out of the lockpick set, fish around in the door until I find something that clicks and push.
All right. When the door opens, you see a dark room. It's probably like not very big, maybe 10 by 10 at the most. But it's essentially bare except for a metal ladder in the center that leads up to like a hatch on the ceiling.
Cassidy's gonna put Way Watcher on her shoulder, tell him to hold on, and start climbing up.
All right, so we see you climb up this hatch, and there's probably like some kind of handle you got to turn, or like some kind of latch on it or something that you got to move.
Like the circular thing you got to twist.
Yeah, like a submarine or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. And so you do the thing and you open it. And we see this rooftop. On the roof, it's mostly flat, but there are bits of like square shaped sort of pistons that seem to move up and down on the roof, venting steam as they sort of move. And there's a lot of different bits of machinery attached to the outside of the tower here, but there's plenty of place like to walk around to inspect things.
Just for clarification, are we like on this level or are we up here?
I would say you're I don't know, whichever you want. If you're on this level, then there's really like nothing up here. Maybe it's too small to actually like walk on, I would think, or it's like it could be like similar to like the top of the Empire's State Building, where there's like still a little bit more that goes up, but it's not like floors. It's just like antenna kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're as high up as you could reasonably go. I'll put it that way. Whichever case it is.
I think with the way you're describing this, probably is like a smokestack or something.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah. Okay. So, you climb out onto the roof?
Yeah.
All right. What are you doing?
First thing she's going to do is pull the door back so that way if anybody else wants to come out, they can without having to worry about the door flinging up back on them.
Okay.
And then she's going to...
Does everyone make their way out onto the roof?
That would be the plan.
All right.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you guys all make your way out onto the roof. Tiwa would be probably the last to come out. Climbs up through the opening, and yeah, you guys are all standing on the roof. What now?
Have we watch your skin for anomalies?
Way Watcher.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For anomalies. Let's see.
Cassidy's going to just wander around as he does as well.
Scanning local area. Anomaly detected. 50 meters.
Which way, buddy?
Hang on.
It directs you basically like 50 meters forward from the roof. There's a bunch of these different bits of machinery moving around. It sends you in that direction. Let's see. Waywatcher says,
The anomaly is a device shielded from scans.
She's going to head in that direction. If you think the shield will harm you, you let me know and I'll keep you away from it, okay?
Affirmative.
As they start getting close to 50 meters, she's going to start keeping an eye out for what it could be.
yeah. What was that? Was that last roll, Dank? Was that something else?
Oh, that was for the lockpicking.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So anyone who's looking around to try to find what the device is, I'm gonna need some kind of like observation or search or something.
Can
Okay.
I add my electronics to it?
Yes.
Oh,
Anyone
no.
who
I'd
wants
find
to
nothing.
make anyone who wants to make the roll can. It doesn't have to be one person, it can be everybody.
I'd like to make one slightly different than
Sure.
normal. Can I like listen for anything abnormal?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Enigma.
There you go, Enigma.
Cassidy.
Yeah,
All
I see things.
And you said you weren't good with this kind of stuff.
Derrin. All right. So here's what's going on. You
Here's
guys like
something.
we see you guys like fan out across the area where Waywatcher's directing you, kind of checking everything carefully, making sure you all hit all the corners and stuff. And the area he's directed you to has got quite a lot of those like those square shaped sort of pistons moving in and out of the ceiling, or even like attached to the side of this smokestack, maybe. And the thing that you notice, Derrin, maybe you're like on the far right side, Dank's on the far left. He doesn't really see anything out of the ordinary. You hear something out of the ordinary, and I think what it is like the sound of these moving pistons. They all kind of give off this specific kind of like hum or grinding sound as they move. But when you walk by one of them, it sounds kind of off. Like it doesn't sound exactly like the rest.
Okay.
And so you notice that at the same time, Enigma and Cassidy are probably like searching on either side of the center, um, between you and Dink. Both are like notice as this piston's moving up and down. When it moves down, there's a slight gap before like the top of it comes flush with like the seam, basically like the hole it's moving in and out of. There's this slight gap, and you notice like a flare of light kind of coming up from that gap just for a split second, um, as it like goes to retract back into the ceiling, and then as soon as like it becomes flush again, you can't see it. So it's almost like there's something down in like the hole this piston is moving in and out of that is got a light that's on, but you can only see it
Huh.
every time it like retracts because it leaves like just a slight gap. What do y'all do?
Hey, Cassidy,
Yeah,
you see that light down there?
that I do. How fast are these pistons going?
They're moving pretty slow, but the problem is that they're quite large. So I think like each piston is probably like the size of a person, maybe a bit taller. So the problem isn't necessarily the speed, it's the weight of it if it were to catch your hand in it or something.
how far down does she probably have to reach to try to grab whatever is down there?
You got a savvy success on checking this thing out, basically. So, I mean, it would be within reach, but you might have to get your hand into that gap up to the elbow. So maybe 2-3 feet. Just judging by like the intensity of the light reflecting off the piston. Could be a little more, could be a little less. It's kind of hard to tell without really getting a close look at it.
She's going to take Waywatcher off her shoulder, pass it to Derrin, get down on her stomach, and attempt to time it right to pull it out.
All right. This is gonna be a roll.
Yeah. She is using her right arm.
Okay. Very specific about which arm you're using. Now here's my question. Do you have anything that could help you with this? This would be like if it was D&D, sleight of hand or something along those lines.
I have engineering, hand-to-hand mechanics.
Hand to hand, I think would apply here for sure.
Okay.
Engineering could be more like if you were trying to figure out a way to stop the piston so that you'd have more time, I think. I think hand to hand I'll let apply here just because you might lose your hand if you fuck this up. So just keep that in mind. There's a real risk of this thing like taking your arm off.
Can someone assist?
How if you can give me a way that you would reasonably be able to assist, then sure.
Calling out timing?
Yeah.
Okay. Good job. Yeah, that'll give you an extra dice.
I do have a few influence points though, so let's see. I'll take a regular.
All right. Yeah. You succeed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Whew, I didn't want to take your arm off. Okay.
There's a reason I chose that specific arm, so.
So Enigma is like counting the timing for you, maybe either announcing it verbally or like tapping on you while you're trying to do this, or something along those lines. And the thing starts to retract. You watch it a couple times maybe, and as it does, you see the gap open up for a second. You reach in there and you grab. You feel something, kind of like spherical shaped. It's definitely mechanical. Your palm wraps around it, and you go to pull. When you do, you feel just like this all happens in like a second, but you feel like slight resistance on it. Like it's attached to something or whatever. You just like ripping it out.
Yeah.
All right. So you just rip it. And you get like a silvery looking like orb, like one of the things that was in Tiwa's room, but there's a cable attached to it that is broken. There's no lights on it. It just like you just basically snapped whatever cable was on this thing. When that happens, when you pull this thing out, there's like there's an alarm that goes off. There's like a beep noise that starts to fill the air. You can see all the pistons around you stop moving. And like the gas stops venting. And if there are like any powered lights out here, there probably would be on the roof. It wouldn't all be fungus up here, I would think. They turn off. And that's where we end the session, I think. So just like as you reach in and pull this thing out, and we get like a close-up shot of its cable like snapping as you yank it out of there. And then like the machines all stop and the lights go out, and we're just like sitting in darkness on this rooftop.
Oops.
And that's where we end today's session.
We broke the tower, guys.
Good job, guys.
Fun.
It's like a Metroid level. We have to get out through the bottom before everything explodes.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past it.
Maybe.
Damn, I'll never get my cape now.
Right, yeah. Well, good job today, folks. You all survived. You did break it, but you are alive for the time being. So that's good. I guess it's that time of the episode where we do like announcements and stuff.
Shout outs,
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I know we've got a new one for Dank, right?
Yes.
So what you can do is go to buymeacoffee.com/brokendank because our murder hobo needs fuel to do all that murder hoboing. So if you're watching on YouTube, these links are in the description down below, but I'm posting them in the chat for the Twitch folks. Go to buymeacoffee.com/brokendank and send him NOS and other energy drink goodness.
Raise the beverage.
Praise the beverage, the one true beverage.
The only beverage.
Yes. Right. Let's see here. Let me make sure I update that in my notes. Here we go. Boom, boom. Perfect. All right. We also have the artist for Cassidy Williams here today, played by Mori. If you want to check out the artist page, it's tiktok.com/ayatakuhime. You can go to that link right there. You can say, hey, we love your artwork for Cassidy. What up? Do it. We also have a public Discord now. You can jump on this public Discord for free and see the memes that get posted during the games. I haven't checked it in a minute, but they were posting memes earlier on in the session. I can tell you that.
Really do like what we normally do this time.
Also, you can see a picture of my cat.
Yes.
It's a very cute cat.
It is a cute cat who is snoozing a little bit. So check it out. It is free. What else do we got here? If you want to check out the game for yourself, this is the Nibiru Tabletop RPG. You can do so at arcana.com. It's ARAUKANA. You can also check them out on Twitter, twitter.com/arcana1. They make other games too, like Zephyr, I think, is another game they put out recently. You can check out their stuffs. You can do that there. And you can find me on twitch.tv/RamblinManTV and YouTube under the same thing. Twitter, Minds, all the things. That's where I'm at. I check it. And you can check out our friend, excuse me, our friend Gerblin here, who is much better Twitter with actual like art put up and stuff at twitter.com/sketching space. And we got new artwork for Enigma coming soon. Is that right?
Yeah, I just got to finish getting the coloring done.
Right on. I can't wait to see it. It's gonna be cool. So check it out. Give a follow. Say hey. Do it. I think is that everything? Am I missing anyone? Let me know, please.
I mean, there's Zack, but he's not here.
Zack is no longer with us. The NOS got him.
He is dead. No, not really.
No, he's alive. He's just busy with school and stuff. But you can still go to twitch.tv/TeamZack and give him a follow and say hey.
Yeah.
There's a link for that. All right. Well, thanks for playing, everybody. Fantastic as always. Thanks for watching. Everybody have a fantastic night and a great week. And we will see you Wednesday with some more Broken. There's no more shows this week, but we're gonna be coming back for Forest of Flesh on Monday. We were off this past week because we needed some more time to get things. I needed some more time to get things ready. So we'll be making a return on Force of Flesh this Monday at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. And then we'll have masks on Tuesday night. We'll have some more Broken Wednesday night next week, and we'll have some more Unknown New Orleans Friday. Everybody have a good one. Take care, folks. Good night.
Night.
Good night.
Night.
I guess.